Good morning, friends. Happy Friday, non-farm payroll day. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our amazing, energetic, powerful, sincere expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hi, Tom.
Good morning, Terry. Hello, welcome. It's so good to be back with you and everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome, Chad and Abhishek and Magnus, Trevor, Nate, Aaron, everybody. It's good to be back on a crazy Friday, right? How is your morning, Terry?
Oh my gosh, wild. We made all new highs again.
Yeah, making history. Everyday history, guys.
For real. Oh, yes, the morning's going really well. I feel very happy. It is another day, a new day, fresh day. How's your morning going, Tom?
So far, so good. Although I have intentionally skipped trading the news. So I was like thinking maybe, I did trade a little bit there on one of my evals, but otherwise I was like, no, it's not something I really want to do. And London session was same, like it was very boring, but I will talk about that. Otherwise, it's like an average Friday, but of course it's Friday, so it's a good thing, right? We can prepare for the weekend and re-energize.
Yes, definitely. All right, I can share the schedule, get us started.
Okay.
Today is Friday. You are watching Terry and Tom on the Morning Push. At 10 to 10:30, we have PineTreeTrader. 10:30 to 11:30, we have Mr. Zinc. 11:30 to 12:30, we have the twins, the Husk and Methodical Man. 12:30 to 1:30, we have Matt Coward. And 1:30 to 2:30, we have Ash Trades. And that is the schedule for today.
Oh yeah, we have many good things coming up today, guys, so stay tuned, and we're gonna go over the chart real quick, and let's see. Yeah, sorry,
I forgot to tell everyone who is here early, all of the early birds. We have a very special event happening today during Tom and my stream.
Oh yeah,
stay tuned. It's a special treat, special Friday treat, so you'll have to see what it is, but it's exciting. The whole team has been working on it.
Oh yeah, it will be awesome. And so just a quick look on the chart. I actually just said everything we need to know about today, right? So the London session, look at the London session here. It doesn't really need explanation. Look at that. Like, it's just the range was terrible. I think the market was ranging in like 30 points. At one point, I started to play chess on my stream. Like, okay, there's nothing to do, so let's just play some chess, because this was really, really terrible. So London session was maybe the worst this year. And then finally, we talked about this, of course, throughout the week, that we are heading towards that 29K. I'm actually surprised that we didn't go there yet. But anyway, early New York session, the market slowly started to grind up higher, but that was it. And so we had the news smack through previous day high, and now we are basically 93 points away from 29K, which is a very nice round number. And we all know the market really loves those numbers. Now, keep in mind, we have the news candle low at 850. So I think we have a good chance also just to sweep that low, 850. And then, so let me just put this here. So we're going lower, we're going to sweep the low, and then who knows, maybe we're going to go back up higher. So this is something that is possible, I think. So get ready. Maybe it's going to be good for, or better for, scalpers, but 850 is in the crosshairs for now. But that's all on NQ. Not even a proper demand zone or supply zone that I can go with. So we're going to be scalping a little bit there. Actually, there's one zone right around the midnight level, but I'm going to talk about that later. So New York. I don't know what I said, New York, but we have gold. Gold, actually, there was a relatively cool high up there at 47.40, and we swept that high in London session. That was the only trade I took in London. Actually, I took a short that was more a scalp trade, and we're still kind of ranging. If I switch to the 15-minute, here, there's an interesting level on gold, which are these relative equal lows somewhere around 46.73. Now, what if, and that's a big if, what if gold wants to sweep those levels? So you know what, if we could have some down close candles, we still have the Asia low at 40. I know some of you guys are using the 6 p.m. reset timer daily candle. It's fine. I put the Asia low on my end to 4702.7. So I would like to go with the bearish scenario on gold if possible. Any down close candles below 4710 would be a great expansion, maybe towards like through Asia low and down to that 46.73 area. And as for ES, as always, nothing. So nothing special is going on. I think we also made a new high. Yeah, we just made a new high. So there's a divergence. I can already see that maybe. Actually, sorry, there's no divergence, but I'm kind of looking at these lows on the 15-minute. Okay, no divergence. There could be relative equal lows by these wicks at 73.90. I guess we can go lower. We have the weave up down there. Not my main focus on ES, but who knows? It can also go lower. The focus is going to be on NQ as always. But yeah, that's all I have. And of course, we have a demand zone. I'm going to explain that later. But thank you. We're going to be reactive. That's all.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
I can go over the news. Oh my gosh, we had non-farm payrolls. I know for a lot of people, this is one of your favorite days to trade. It can be wild. I have seen like a 200-point pump plus candle only for it to immediately reverse. So definitely be careful today. It did come out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. The average hourly earnings month over month came in at 0.2%. The forecast was 0.3%. And the actual non-farm employment change came in higher than expected, much higher. It came in at 115K. The forecast was 65K. And unemployment rate came in at 4.3%, which was as expected. And then we have more news coming in at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have prelim, U of M, consumer sentiment, inflation expectations, and final wholesale inventories. And then we do have some more important people speaking at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have an FOMC member speaking. Also at noon, we have President Trump speaking. So that will be very big. And then more FOMC members speaking throughout the day.
Oh my gosh. So we have quite a few things to be aware of. And of course, yeah, the market could be just going a little bit sideways, even without sweeping that news candle low. So we have that University of Michigan survey. So that's basically a survey based news, which I used to say like it should not be impacting the market that much, but maybe the market will or going to wait until that news is going to come out. But by the way, yeah, the numbers, NFP and unemployment and the rest actually came out as somewhat as expected, as you said, Terry. So I think it was already priced in. So I think the focus is now steering back to what's happening at the Strait of Hormuz again, because it seems like there were some conflict again. And I was reading some headlines that Trump was not so much happy about the situation. And I don't know. Did you read anything about that, Terry?
Let me check on that. I did see, let's see.
I mean, yeah, there were some headlines.
Oil prices fluctuated as the Trump administration pressed for a peace agreement with Iran. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything finalized yet. I do see a headline that came out at 9:05 Eastern Standard Time. Explosion heard in Iran's Sirik near Strait of Hormuz, reasons unknown. So war is still happening.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that everything has been sealed, but there was an attack, I think, and the U.S. doesn't really like that. So it seems like I think that was happening yesterday, though, somewhere around the PM session. So yeah, that was somewhere after 4 when we had that drop from 715 and the market opened at 604, but it got corrected. Anyway, hopefully that situation is going to be sealed again. But I think the market is again focusing on that. I think the numbers are already in. So I would actually make a bet that we should be sweeping that news candle low. Again, let me repeat the number. That's going to be 850. Look at that. It's slowly. Oh, right. Wow. Look at that. It's just going down there. So usually it's the same situation that goes on with CPI and of course FOMC events could do the same kind of situation. Sweeping both sides of the news candle happens. Guys, just check it out. The last 2 years, if you just scroll back your charts and just check it, it happens at least 7 out of 10 times, sweeping both upper and lower ends. So it will be interesting to see if it's going to happen before the market open or after. You know? But yeah.
Are you going short, Tom?
Want to. I really want to. A part of me, the voices keep talking to me. But I yesterday and before yesterday on Wednesday, so I was smashing myself. Actually, the market was smashing me. I was a little bit too early on the trades. And actually, yesterday, the trade that I took, it could have been good. But anyway, long story short, I got hammered a little bit again yesterday. So I need to break this cycle somehow. So I'm not going to jump in. I'm just going to wait at least until the open and we'll see. Yeah. Okay.
We will wait. We have a little over 15 minutes. I can go over the promos.
Oh yeah. Let's see those.
Hey, it is back. We have 40% off. It is called Reloaded. We're reloading on the builder plan. So 40% off, you guys, on this plan. It actually brings down the cost to about $91. And there's never an activation fee on any of our plans. This is the builder plan. And what's special about this plan is we can pass in one day. We can get payouts every 48 hours. And if you select the lower drawdown amount, it's only about $75. So use code YouTube for that. Everyone, we get 3 uses of that. And then after that, it's still on sale at 30% off. We also have 30% off any of the pro plans. If you're a brand new trader with MyFundedFutures, you get 50% off. You get to pick what size you want. And then also the rapid accounts are still on sale at 20% off. And those are our daily payout accounts.
Thank you for the update, Terry. Yeah, we always need to make sure that we are well aware of what's going on. And I'm just happy that the builder plan is having this amazing discount, guys. It's really a good price, $75. Like, it's like, again, just another no-brainer. Like, you just have to get it. 3 uses, don't forget that. 3 uses per person. And then you can, of course, still get it with the base discount, right?
Yes, exactly. What do you guys like about the builder plan?
Yeah, share it with us because we always like to know what you think. But I think, you know, I mean, I cannot say anything bad about it. Even if I want to, I can't, but I really, it's the best of everything. And the only thing I got back from some of you guys, even in my chat on my stream, like, why is there no more, why is the payout cap relatively small? Guys, it's not small. $2,000 every other day. That's huge. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. So, and anyway, I'm not going to go down that road. It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot. Even if you can pull out $2,000, $3,000 a month, even $1,000 a month from your simulated funded account, trust me, you are doing like you're in the upper 5% than the other 95% of traders. Because these are the numbers, guys, in the market, and so respect that number.
Yes, let's go. I see Corey is in the house. Corey will be joining us as a regular host every Monday, you guys.
Oh yeah, we love that. I can't wait to listen to Corey's energy and the vibe and everything. We're just happy to have him on the show.
Let's go. W's for Corey.
Oh yeah. All right. So yeah, look at that. Already at 874, 73, and kind of feels like that drop could be happening any second. You know, guys, how it is. NQ can make that 20 points in 1 second. So this is how it goes.
Anything can happen. I was short earlier this morning and I closed it out as Tom and I were backstage. And of course, when I saw this chart, I'm like, dang it.
It always happens like that. It always happens like that. Oh, and by the way, I need to make sure that I check those numbers that what we're having right now on the stream. We are at 89 likes. Thank you so much. That is an amazing start. Good start. We need to get that 200 before 10 a.m. Already about 400 viewers. Thank you so much, everybody. If you're watching us on X or TikTok, please get over here to YouTube, smash that like, make sure to subscribe. We're getting closer to that 65K, and then just another step to get that 70K. More giveaways. We're gonna get Luke on the phone again, and hopefully I'll do everything I can that make sure that you know, last time he gave us 25 accounts, maybe we can push that number to 50. So let's get that 70K number. And of course, I promised the dance, but I will try to do my best. Yeah.
Yes, we cannot wait. At 70K, we are making our way up there. We're at 64.8K right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
let's go. Let's go.
Let's go. And then at 80K, you said you're singing.
Oh, yeah. 80K is going to be the singing party. Yeah. So it's going to be really cool.
What K are you going to run around naked?
Oh, that's gonna be on a different channel, but yeah, I'm gonna do that too.
Yeah. Well, once we hit 1 million subscribers.
Yeah, 1 million subscribers.
There's a different channel.
Yeah, it's gonna be a different channel, but it's gonna be amazing too. Yeah, we can cut this out, right? Of course. All right, we're gonna cut this. So, yeah, we have. Yeah.
Okay, so I hope to squeeze this in today. I can share my screen real quick here.
All right.
I hope to talk about this more towards the end of our segment, but we have that special event happening with us. So we'll do that in the last 10 minutes, but hopefully we can look at this together. I want to dive more into backtesting with you guys and to show you more details of the orb strategy, which I showed you yesterday, just a little teaser of what a high win rate it was. And then just to show you the details, I feel like a lot of people, okay, let's look at the 90 days. So the thing about backtesting is that I feel like a lot of people don't understand, who are newer, that a strategy might work really well depending on your take profit and your stop loss. However, if you change it, it completely changes everything. So I will display and show you some things later today during stream.
Oh my gosh, we can't wait, Terry. But yeah, actually, what you yesterday you showed about the orb strategy and everything, that was amazing, and I really hope that we can continue to follow that through, because nowadays everybody keeps talking about it. Really, it's a new trend.
Yeah, it's great because it has a set stop, a set take profit. Although Jan was on yesterday and he says he trades the orb, but with discretion. So it'll be interesting to see more on how he trades it live, which I think would be really fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But you know, needless to say that if you are following a straight up mechanical system, and if you are strong enough to avoid your feelings and just follow through what the system is saying, like Terry, she's taking the trades no matter what. When the system gives the signal, you take it with proper risk, and obviously if you can go through with that, well, the edge is going to play out. And I think it's also very good for brand new traders. If you're absolutely brand new in trading, I think following a straight up mechanical system is one of the best choices until you get more information or more context, because at least you can practice risk management along the way.
Yes, exactly. And with practicing sticking to a plan. If I could go back in time, I wish I learned that. I wish someone was like, this is your job to execute this one trade and this one trade only, and that is it. And every time you don't do it, I'm going to go like this.
But there is so much truth in that. This is the reality, guys. You know, yesterday we were chatting with Terry after the show, and we were like, we were saying exactly the same. Like, if actually, we might want to do a social experiment, like get someone to the show or follow up someone who is absolutely brand new, like never ever did trading, but teaching that person a mechanical system and straight up check marks, what to do, what to wait for, and straight up risk management, like how many contracts, maybe just one micro, just follow through with the setup. I would be so interested how that person would do after 30 days. That would be a great experiment to do.
Oh, that would be. Maybe we can get someone brave enough to do that with us on stream.
Yeah, if anyone is brave enough. Oh yeah, you guys are infected already. You guys know about trading, so we need to get someone. We need to get someone new outside of MyFundedFutures. MyFundedTV. We're gonna get someone from the street, the man of the street, or I don't know, somebody. We'll get someone here.
I know someone that is brand new to trading futures, and he actually asked me, he's like, which account should I purchase? And I had to think about it because I love all of our accounts, but I said the builder account for him, and maybe he might be brave enough to join us. I'll have to ask him.
All right, let's go with that. We will discuss more about that, Terry, because I think that would be a really good experiment. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. We'll have to have him sign a disclosure.
Absolutely. These guys told me we have to, because if we don't, that person is gonna say, you know what Terry and Tom told me? Oh my gosh, they're crazy. They told me to do this and that and whatever. No, we can't discuss that. We need that NDA. Really do.
How many people have developed bad habits, like in the beginning of your trading? Type in one if you've experienced
Hello,
this.
I did. The only thing I did was developing bad habits day and night. Yeah. I mean, the problem, developing bad habits comes from one single thing: greed. And because greed, I mean, it's not the same. Like, I know many of you guys might have seen the movie Wall Street, but it's not like what Gordon Gekko says, like greed is good. No, greed is not really good for day trading. Greed is actually tearing your funded account apart. It's not good. All right. And I think greed is one of the main reasons. That's the spark, that starts the whole thing. Like, you want to make more and push more, even if you're on a losing streak. I know. It's all about greed.
Losing streak or a winning streak. I do see Hop3 says, and fear, greed and fear.
Fear. Yeah, that's true. But greed in day trading, I don't know. Which one is more dangerous, Terry? What do you think? Greed or fear in day trading? Which one affects you more? Like, even in mostly in a negative way. Sorry. Which one is more negative? Greed or fear?
I think they're related, because greed, if you dig underneath, like what is underneath greed? And what's underneath it is fear that you're not going to have enough, that whatever you have is not enough. And it's fear driven, I think. So I think they are related.
Interesting. Interesting that you're saying this. There's an old saying that, one of the biggest drivers in humanity was always fear, not just about trading, but like fear was always something that has driven the human race throughout survival, throughout the centuries and the last thousands of years. Like, everything was fueled by fear, to conquer new lands, to build countries or whatever. Everything somewhat came out from fear. But anyway, that's a philosophical question. We're going to talk about that in a different session.
I think it's biological too, because it triggers that fight or flight response in us. When we're trading and we're down and we see the red, it can trigger the emotions, and you don't even realize what you're doing. And then all of a sudden your max contract's in and you're like, I don't care.
Oh my God. How many times have I felt that? I guess nobody ever felt that, but like, guys, I mean, that's that I don't care feeling is somewhat like when you have the absolute brain fog, when you have that I don't care feeling, is at that very second, your hopes are at maximum. Like, you're hoping that, it will turn around, maybe it will turn around, but eventually, like, let's face it, 9 times out of 10, it's not going to turn around. It's going to smoke your account. And obviously you can be lucky sometimes, but when you're already at the I don't care state, just a reminder, it's already lost. You know, even if that trade is going to save your account, you're in the worst state already. So anyway, so strange. We got to talk more about psychology.
Yes, I do see people voted that greed is worse than trading. The majority.
Greed is worse in trading. Oh yeah. Well, then don't watch the movie Wall Street, because they say greed is good. Well, greed is not good for day trading. It's not.
No, not for day trading. Oh my gosh. I I think the record I had in, I don't know if it was one day or 2 days, but I remember seeing $9,000 in a pro sim funded account, and I ended up losing the account that day.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and it's like, it's hard to process all of that. Like,
Oh my
okay,
gosh.
that was $9,000 of drawdown, and it's the greed, right? The greed,
Oh yeah.
and then greed became fear. Once I started to see red happening, yeah, it can quickly go south very quickly.
Absolutely, yeah. It can go so quick, and I just don't wish that feeling to anyone, because it's just too
No.
bad. It's very bad. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Augie said that happened with me. Yeah,
Well, there you go.
we're very human. These things are human things. Like, it's innate in us, and that's why so many traders experience it. So there's nothing wrong with you. You're not a terrible trader. You're just a normal human, and then we just have to keep working at developing those skills to not do those things.
Exactly. That's what it's all about.
Yes, exactly. So the market's going to open in about 2 minutes here. NQ is green by about 200 points. ES is green by about 32 points. And let's take a look at YM. YM is green by about 210 points.
All right, so everything looking good for now. Let's see. Yeah, we have about 1 minute to market open. Kind of curious if we're gonna get some new lows here or not. That would be interesting to see. But yeah, that 850 is definitely somewhat close. So yeah, gotta be careful, guys, at the open, because it could be very close. I'm sorry, I'm repeating myself. I'm just kind of watching the 1 minute chart on my left here, and I'm seeing that now it's dropping slowly. Yeah, I'm not gonna take a trade here, but if I would have to bet, I think it's just gonna spike down to 850. Yeah, it's like 20 points. But yesterday and Wednesday I got burned, but 850 is like almost inevitable. I think that's what I think. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I think.
I saw some people calling for 30,000 on NQ. What do you think?
30, quite possible, but we need to stay above 29k even today, or at least Monday. So yeah, today would be good to stay above 29k. But yeah, all right, here's the market open, everybody. Oof. All right. Gotta be careful.
There is a volume node right here. This is basically around the area of point of control.
Okay.
We are above VWAP, very bullish. Oh.
Okay. All right. We should be sweeping the 850. I still kind of believe that it should be going through that level. I don't know why it didn't go through it yet, but it should be.
VWAP is at about 822.
822.
Ooh, bulls are pushing.
It could be just a sweep. So it picked up liquidity from a 5 minute fair value gap. By the way, let me just zoom in. So there was a small, tiny fair value gap on the 5. It just picked that up right here. I still don't have a trade, but everything lines up so far. So good. I don't know. Is it gonna? Go?
We're still on my chart. I just realized that.
That's fine. That's no problem. No problem. I just this is the small gap here on the 5 minute. It just got okay. It's going through. It's going through. But again, this is the 5 minutes, so it can still close below 900, but it's pushing. Look at that.
Oh, look at that.
I'm glad I didn't take the trade there. Oh my gosh. Still, it could be just a sweep. Let's see the 15-minute chart. Nothing on the 4. I'm kind of looking for more fair value gaps here. Okay, there's a swing high at 938. If the 3-minute chart is going to close above 938, that's not good. A spike up there and then rejecting down would be better. But this is exactly why I didn't want to take a trade before they open. Just to wait for what it does. There also is another gap up here. Right there. So yeah, still kind of waiting. Still kind of waiting for this.
Yesterday's high was, we're getting really close to it, 944.75 in the full-size mini.
Yeah, it was 45 on the micro, which got taken, and I'm just kind of watching the swing high. I'm not in a position, guys. If I enter, I will let you guys know. Now we're tagging that 3-minute fair value gap. And this would be the moment of truth real soon, because if we go up to the 957 level, then it's most likely going to make a new historical high again.
Amazing.
And yeah, maybe 29K too.
During New York session on a Friday.
On a Friday. Oh, yeah.
On a Friday. I think this has happened 3 Fridays in a row if we make a new high during New York session today. Because I believe the last 2 weeks prior to this week, we just ended on the highs. It's just
unstoppable, guys. You can't stop it. And by the way, even if we go higher, so don't forget the distance right now. The distance to 29K is only 62 points. And we all know 62 points for NQ is nothing, all right? Don't forget that. It's nothing. Now, what I'm trying to say is, even if we go up higher and, just slowly grinding up there and we take out that 29K, we can still easily come back down and sweep that news candle low at 850. So this is also a possibility. And this can also happen. I mean, this move can stretch out all the way to the PM session. It happened also many times. You can go and check the last 2 years. Many cases, it also been stretched out to the PM session, but finally it went down and took that. So now squeezing the shorts, obviously, I was very much in the favor to jump into a short, and I was like 2 seconds away from pushing the button to jump in, but thank God I didn't. And but still, after the squeeze is done, after history has been made again, then it will return, because I believe that there's a huge bag of money below that level. So that's what I
like
think.
that bag.
Exactly.
That's a big bag.
That's a big bag of money down there, and I think they won't be leaving at that. So even if we go up again to 29K, this scenario can very well be happening for later.
Okay. Oh, look at this. Are we going to take out the overnight high? We're so close.
We will. I think we will.
Wow.
We will. I'm actually already focusing on 29K, but I have an eval. I'm just trying to, I'm kind of thinking, should I go for a long, but it's like not far away, 30 points. So close.
So
not
close.
30. Yeah, so very close. Very close.
All new highs. We did it.
New high?
Good job.
Let me see it. Let me see it. There's a
Good
high
job, everyone.
Hold on. There's a high at 976.75. We didn't make it yet. We didn't go there yet.
Oh, I thought we did make a new high. I'm sorry, during New York.
Oh yeah, New York. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, yeah. We have a high at 976.75 on the micro, but yeah, that has not been tagged yet. I switched down to the 1-minute chart just to see if anything else is going on, and I still have no trade on. I'm a little bit eager to jump into a scalp, but I don't know. It's only 10 points, but if I jump into 10 points, it's going to pull back. It's going to pull back down at least 40 points or 50. We have fair value gaps on the 1 minute. It's easy to drop it from here. So I don't know. I don't know, Terry. I don't know.
I don't know either. We're so close to taking out that overnight high. I do see MyFundedFutures says, I will have the names put into a race, and we are running the race in roughly 10 minutes after. Very exciting. So throughout the day, there will be 6 form drops where you can potentially win a free account for MyFundedFutures, but we're going to do a race at the end of our stream.
Let's go. We're gonna have a race, everybody, and I'm super excited. And now let's go, everybody. We just went, now we made a new high again.
Wow.
I just jumped into a very small scalp here, by the way. I didn't make too much on it. Let's see. I made $79 on a scalp here. But,
very nice.
But it's okay. I mean, we'll see what happens.
$79, that sounds like a delicious dinner.
Exactly. $79. How much fuel can I buy on that? Well, yeah, I need that. but yeah.
How
it's a good one.
How expensive is gas where you are?
Well, how should I put this? I think I'm going to have to use ChatGPT for it. So 1 liter is, like, let me put this 1 liter is going to be about, let me say it, it's like $2. $2. So it's $2 per liter. It's $2 per liter, 2 gallons. All right, that is gonna be $7.57 per US gallon.
Oh, that's expensive.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
$7.57 per US. Yeah. So that's expensive. Yeah.
That's kind of like California prices, I think, for gas.
Oh, okay. So yeah, there you go.
Where I'm at, it's about $4.30 for a gallon.
Oh wow! I have to move there. I'm gonna move there.
Come anytime.
That's it. I need cheaper fuel prices.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Buy a Civic. Yeah, I will buy a Civic, Mr. Smith.
No trade yet. I'm not.
No
seeing
trade.
anything
Yeah.
yet.
I tried to chase that. So that's what my $79 was. I was trying to chase that new all-time high again, but I just can't jump in. I can't do it, everybody. I just can't. This is just not the time for it. Not yet. The 1 minute could be building up some structure, and if it does, that's fine. Hold on. For ICT traders, and of course I like that concept too, by the way, the so-called first presentation gap. Ooh, it's a mysterious name. First presentation gap is being formed here at 9:31. So that's a very fancy gap here. So first fair value gap, I'm just going to simplify it. So smart money concepts are saying that when the market is, stretching away from this gap, I mean, creating this gap and sweeps some liquidity, as far as I know it, in this case it did, then there's a high chance of a reversal and going through or gravitating back towards the gap. I hope Michael Huddleston is not listening to us, but something like that. And then so we might gonna have a bit of a drop. Who knows? If we can shift this swing low on the 1 minute, could be good for a scalp. And that is actually 20 something points. So why not go? We can go. I'm zooming in on the 1 minute. Now the candles are getting much bigger and it's more stressful. So
yeah.
So yeah.
It's moving. Okay, I might take a quick scalp if we break the low of this candle to our left. It looks like we're gonna break it. Maybe. That low, just a quick scalp. Oh, am I gonna miss it? 949.
And
okay, I got it. Quick scalp. Oh shoot. Okay.
What happened?
I had my $100 bracket in, and that's not the bracket I wanted. So that was a fat finger mistake. Shoot. Anyways, it would have worked.
Sorry, I was just chatting with Magnus here in the backstage. But,
Tom is getting our race ready. I can go over the algo stuff because we only have about 10 minutes, and then we'll do 10 minutes for the race at the very end, which will be fun. I'm so excited to do the race together. Okay, here we go.
Oh yeah, I love that. Let's look at this.
All right, so I have to do the disclaimer because, of course, past results do not guarantee future results. We know this. I hope everyone knows that. But if you can find a successful strategy in the past, the idea is to move forward with it, correct? Because there are strategies that if you backtest, it doesn't make money. And as I mentioned earlier, when I was teasing this, that depending on your take profit and your stop loss, like a strategy might work. And then that same strategy might not work, correct? Because I feel like I've heard lots of new traders say, the 5-minute orb doesn't work, or this strategy doesn't work. And it's like, yeah, it doesn't work depending on what you put your take profit at and what you put your stop loss at. And I just wanted to demonstrate that for you guys. So this is the orb algo with Edgeful. And you can see here, this is incredible. So let's look at here's the performance on the last 7 days. This is just with one micro, and it triggers Monday through Thursday. I threw out Friday because Friday, I put it in the AI optimizer and it said like, take out Friday. So I took out Friday and the results were better. So this is 30 days. Okay, so this is one micro, max risk, $250. I put the account at $2,000 so that I could easily see the drawdown here and the return. So this is the 30-day performance, 82% win rate, 2.8 profit factor. Let's look at the 90 days. So the 90 days, this is what I showed. This is like incredible. It's had such a massive run. Profit factor is 2.5. The win rate is 83%, this is so high paired with 83. This. Right? With this profit factor. And you can see here 100% return in 90 trading days. Okay, when we were talking about greed and fear, like if you take a step back and you say, okay, 100% return in 90 days, like most of us would be like in a live account, like absolutely. Oh my God, that is incredible. But the greed of, no, it's not enough, because we see all of these posts on social media with like these huge numbers all the time, when really it is more than enough, right?
It's absolutely enough. Absolutely.
Yeah. So, and then we can look at, this is the year. So I want to point this out to you guys too. So it's updating. So this is the year graph. So we have 130% return, still a very high win rate, 72%. The profit factor is 1.3%. And the max drawdown is $821. So you can see here, starting in February, it has just absolutely taken off. It's been incredible. But look over here, like it's just chopping, chop, 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 slowly going down, chop, 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 slowly going down. Like how many times have we traded strategies where it just is like losing and then we just abandon it because we're like, well, it's not working. It's not working this month. And that's the psychology part that I wanted to talk to you, Tom, about more in the future. Like, how do we kind of stick to a strategy if it loses the entire month? Like, it's just very difficult to do.
That's the hard part. That is such a hard part. By the way, guys, we went through 29K, so there you go. And so, yeah, Terry, that's a very hard, I think that's the most challenging part in trading, not just for not just for the new traders, but for the more experienced traders as well. So I would say, how much time did it take on the algo to go through that kind of, not like losing streak, but yeah, the time period? Like how long was that? That was a couple of.
There's a form.
There's a form, everybody. Okay, so guys, something is coming up. There's the form. Fill out. I think that's gonna be for the race, I think. I'm not sure, but that's going to be for the race. So yeah, you fill out the form and that's how you participate. That's it.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah, that time period, how long was that? That was like a couple of weeks, right? Or months, sorry, even months.
If you look here, the equity high was July 22nd, and then we didn't break above it until here, September 25th.
Okay, so and then
more
Okay.
drawdown before we finally broke what about here, somewhere around here.
When was it?
February 11th.
Oh my gosh, guys, September, October, November, oh my, December, January, almost 5 full months, like 4 or 5 months, going through that those peaks and valleys.
Yeah.
And how strong you have to be to remind yourself that it is still a valid system. The edge is going to play out in the correct market conditions.
That's the thing.
But
Yes.
you know, that's truly amazing, because we talk about like look back for the past 12 months or 18 months or 24 months, like how was your system performing? And those 4 or 5 months, that is very challenging even for more experienced traders. But the good news is, and you need lots of data for that, and that's why it's good if you're doing the backtesting and collecting the data. Once you have enough information, you gotta stay strong and confident that it's going to slowly go higher and higher. And that is just reminds me, like in those 4 or 5 months, obviously, if you're expecting to suddenly make a living from those trading payout profits, well, the bad news is it's not going to work out. So in those times, trading should be like a part-time business or a part-time income, right? But,
Yes,
yeah.
that's so important as far as having other income, having another job to take off the pressure. Because can you imagine if you go all in and then you go through a period where it's just chopping around, and then what are you going to do? Like, talk about fueling the greed and the fear. Trading out of fear, desperation it's not good. Yeah. Okay, real quick, because we only have a few minutes left here before we're going to do the race together. So this is what I wanted to show you guys. So if we change the inputs, so this is the orb start and end time. So we're just looking at the 5-minute orb right now. I have it set on the 1-minute chart. So this is based on bar closure. So the bar has to close either above or below that first 5-minute orb. So it's not the wick, right? It's the actual bar closure. So max loss is set at 250. This strategy is 50% take profit. It's a negative R&R. The stop loss is 100% of the orb size. And it only triggers if the orb size is less than 0.5. And this is what I want to show you, like how quickly these things change. Okay, so I'm going to change this to 1-to-1 to show you the results. So right here, the profit factor is 2.5. And then the percentage of wins is 83%. I'm going to change it to risking 1-to-1. Let's see how it changes. This is to demonstrate to you how just because a strategy works, it's like, okay, explain to me more about that, because it depends on your take profit and also your stop loss. It's so important. And so a lot of people don't necessarily realize that. Okay, so let's leave out Friday because that first test was on Friday. So Friday is not checked off, so we're leaving it out. So we'll update it. And so you can see here, okay, so the equity curve isn't as pretty. It's changing. It's still very good. This is a 90-day back test, but it's changed. So now the return is 82%. I think we were at like 100% return before. Wow. And then if you change it more, like if we're going to go for like risk 1 for 2, I'll show that to you really quick.
That is amazing that you can track all this and you can change these variables. It's so cool.
Right? Yeah, instead of trying to do it by hand. Okay, so this is a risk 1 for 2. It's still, this is actually looking really good.
Okay, we have a new strategy under development live here.
So the win rate has gone down to 41%, but it's still a good profit factor. But see this equity curve, it's not as pretty, but it's still a very good P&L. It's 100% return. So this is 90 days. So I just wanted to demonstrate real quick to show you how, depending on how you change it, it does change. Now, are we going to do the race?
Everybody wants the race. Yeah, Magnus just texted that they are ready. So we are. Are you ready, Terry?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready
so
too.
Ready.
Get some popcorn, everybody. This is going to be fun. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. All right. Everybody ready? How's
Good
it gonna
luck.
go? Good luck, everybody. And it's up to you, Magnus, and everybody. Let's do it. It's up to you guys. Let's go. Oh my gosh, it's happening. Awesome. All right. I love the music.
Good luck, everyone.
First place. Who is on first? Rec 100X is first. Ream is coming up strong. Oh my gosh. Rock Dingo. Oh my, he left behind. Somebody may be coming up strong. 50 more seconds to go, everyone. All right. What? Oh, somebody's coming up. Morocco is coming up. Who's that? NQ Trader Morocco. Oh my god, look at him on the downside there.
Oh my God, NQ Trader Morocco coming from behind. My cookie losing the lead. Oh, it's so
Let's
close.
go.
26 seconds.
You can still do it.
Let's go. Type in one. You
Let's
want to
go.
win. Type in one.
Oh my god. Look at him. Well, who's that? Who's that? Somebody just come up. Anyway. 9 seconds. 7. 5.
Stick round. Oh my gosh. Who is this? This red.
Big Nash is on the first place. Congratulations for the winners. And these are the first places there. The first 5 winners there. Big Nash, Green, Georgie, and Trading Gems, and Anuen, I think. Anuni, sorry. Congratulations for the winners. I love this. Look at the list. It's amazing. I love that.
Congratulations. That was fun.
We need to do this again.
Yes. Let's ask our traders, do you guys want to do this again? If you do, type in 1.
Yeah. If you like these type of giveaways, I definitely love it. So if you guys love it, we're gonna do it again.
I love it.
Fun.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
That was super great.
Oh, yes. I'm seeing a ton of people saying,
Oh,
do it
yeah.
again. Do it again.
Everybody wants it. All right. Oh my gosh, look at that. Amazing. You know, it's Friday, and maybe we're not just going to do it on Friday. We're going to do it on every single day. Why not? This is what we do now here. Yes.
Are we going to do it every day?
Every day, every 5 minutes. Yeah. That's the goal.
Let's go. Okay, so what do you think of this chart?
Well, I can tell you what I think. Sorry, Pine Tree is coming up next, right?
Yep, in about 6 minutes.
I would not be doing his segment now because this market is just going to be so difficult. So, but yeah, no, really, guys. Yeah, we all know what's happening. New all-time highs. Not much you can do on NQ. Sometimes you can just go over to gold, maybe look around of what's happening there, and maybe there's some opportunities on gold. Look at that. It actually didn't go lower as I expected it, but there's a fair value gap at 47.57.3. So yeah, maybe I would stick to gold for a little bit there. But yeah, as for NQ, it's a difficult spot. It really is a difficult spot, and I'm not sure that I'm just not sure I would want to trade this. So the next psychological level, as we talked about these levels with Jan yesterday, would be the 100, right? Mm-hmm. So it seems like that the plan is not going through that I was trying to anticipate. Like, yeah, until this level, it was okay, the 29K, but it didn't turn back. I would be curious about the PM session. But you know what? If Friday would close above 29K, then next week could be also some more new highs and more bullish. We are just a stretch away from 30K. Wow, so close.
So that expression, sell in May and go away, has not been the case so far.
I don't know who said that, but yeah, that's not. In this case, it's not really working out. Although we still have some time from this month, so anything can happen. But you know what? I would be, of course, focusing on some shorts, but again, this would be the falling knife scenario. We still have the first fair value gap here. So if I would be waiting for a short, this is a swing low at 41.50 on the micro, down close candles below that with displacements, just the usual plan, because I would be scared to go long here. So
Okay.
Yeah. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. I guess maybe if you go subatomic to the 15-second chart, you may be finding some scalp trades there, but it's difficult. Careful.
Yeah. This first 30-minute candle is very bullish, and it is Friday. We've seen those Friday slow grinds, but the non-farm payrolls with that information, that makes things kind of tricky too. But so far the market loves it.
Yeah, let me see if we have any headlines. I don't think there's any headlines. This was just a the regular movement here. Yeah, no major headlines in the past couple of minutes. So not a surprise. Like, I'm not surprised on this level at all. I would be more surprised if we would be pushing through up there above the hundreds and most likely the 200s in the next couple of hours. I would be surprised on that one. I mean, NFP numbers, in my opinion, wasn't that all that super great, and I don't know, a little bit confusing, but gotta be trade small, guys. 1 micro, that's the plan.
Yeah, and if you don't see something, take the day off. It's Friday. Why ruin it, right? Like, it's okay. No trade is a trade. No trade is a trade.
No trade is a trade. And that's also, as we said it many times earlier, even if you can just sit through a session by just sitting on your hands, not doing anything, just trying to read the market and read the narrative, maybe even putting on some paper trades, but like not touching your accounts, especially not your funded account if there's nothing to trade with, like, or trade as a setup, like, that's a real discipline. That is also trading, of course, and always remind yourself to that. All right.
Yes.
Yeah. I wish I would really have a level, but I don't.
Yeah, same. So next week we have Corey, the phone trader, starting on our stream every Mondays. He'll be joining the team. We also have Amy, a guest from the community influencer. So that will be fantastic to have him on. And then also we might have Jan on again. So that'll be exciting. So some special treats for us next week.
Oh, yeah, that would be amazing. Jan already said he would be glad to join us again, so we're happy to have him. And I'm really excited to see Corey as a regular host here. That would be amazing. That I will be here, and I love the energy, Corey. So
yeah,
I'm glad you joining the team.
Last minute thought before we head out, Tom?
I just wish everybody a great weekend. We had a great week, by the way. The vibes are amazing. MyFundedTV, MyFundedFutures is amazing. I'm feeling blessed. Thank you, everybody. Stay safe and recharge over the weekend.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It was a wonderful week, wonderful day, and we will be back on Monday. Thanks, guys. See you soon.
See you guys. Bye.
Yo, what's happening? What's up, everyone? Pine Tree's in the chat. Let's go. Happy Friday. Wow, what is this market doing? Ripping, going to 30,000, I guess. Crazy, right? Let's go. What's up? D Hall in the house. Spyro, Rufio, what's going on? We got D Hall in the house. What's up, Labarto, Deco? What's going on? Lamps. Marley's dad. What's going on? Thank you, Tom and Terry, for another great segment. It's Friday, another great week of streams. How you guys doing? I hit 50% on this Flex account. I'm waiting on see if I get another account here to work on. Okay, well, I am still waiting on an account here. But yeah, so I hit 50% on this Flex account, $1,500. What's up, Goku? ES Futures Lab, Cheesy Balls, Moto Timo, Puro. What's going on? Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing? Kind of a rough week for me, to be honest with you. I mean, I haven't traded very well. I ended up just kind of tilted the other day. I did get a nice payout out of my live account, $1,000. So I took a nice payout, my very first payout out of a live account, so which is pretty sweet. I've been live 3 times, and this is the very first payout that I've ever managed to take out. So I'm pretty happy about that. Pretty stoked. I need it to pay for some of the evals that I've blown this week. Good was red, but brought it back to break even. Nick plays. Let's go. Congratulations. 44, the Punisher in the house. Trader 007. What's up, Husk? Good to see you. Wafa, what's up? Oh, really? Some famous hedge fund managers already closed all the swing longs. Well, they're probably regretting it at this point. I mean, might get a reversal, but right now it just feels like we're just grinding up and to the right? So back in the green, 88 cents scalp trades. Let's go. Scalped your way back to 88 cents. Well, hey, nothing wrong with 88 cents. I ended up losing an account the other day. I needed like 20 something cents, 30 cents or something to pass it. I ended up losing it. You might think, how could that happen? I don't really know. I can't really tell you how that happened, but I did. Nice back music. Oh, cool. Actually, I can't even hear it. I can't even hear it. Over leveraging has humbled you. Yeah, for sure. You know, you get in that eval grind. You try to pass those evals quickly. That can lead into the funded stage, and you're not patient with your fundeds, and just by over leveraging. So let's be realistic. If we're passing an account, if we're getting 50, if I'm hitting 15% or 50% on this Flex account, trying to hit 50% on day one, I'm completely over leveraging, right? I'm not trading it with 1 micro. Let's be real. I'm not trading with 1 micro. All right, getting a push, still pushing up here, 29 above 29,100. What's the catalyst going to bring this down? We just had non-farm payroll. Market pumps. It just keeps pumping, right? You just kind of got to go with the flow until you can't no more, right? So it actually proves to us that, hey, we're gonna reverse this. Let's take a look at the daily here. I'm done trying to think of what's gonna happen with the market. You really just have to come in and trade what you see. You can't just say, "Ooh, I can't believe we're going up this high. I'm not gonna long here." I mean, at this point, you just kind of have to trade what you see. I don't know. I'm exhausted this week. I'm just exhausted. I'm ready for a break over the weekend, kind of recharge. Michael in the house. What's going on? Trader Soma. Good morning. All right, here we are. Did I get my count yet? No, I haven't got my account yet. Maybe I'm in eval jail. I might be in eval jail. I have gone through quite a few evals this week. You go on my account here. Well, that's all right. We'll just talk about the market here. If I can't get another account. Hey, what's up, ICT in the house? Eval jail. Yeah, I could be in eval jail. It is possible. Tilt is real, guys. Like, I tilted this week bad, so I went through quite a few accounts trying to pass them very quickly. And at the end of the day, it's not the way to trade. Which eval jail? Oh, I can't buy anymore. It could be my credit card too. My credit card could be going like, hey, is this a fraud detection? Like, what's going on? That could be a possibility as well. All right, pulling back here, 29,100. So, you guys might see something a little different on my charts, right? I got the 5-minute and the 2-minute up. And so mainly I've been trading off the 2-minute, but if my old bread and butter of the 5-minute chart, I'm looking for a specific setup. So the specific setup I'm looking for is an outside bar followed by an inside bar, or an inside bar followed by an outside bar, actually, and then taking the breaks of that. This one definitely did not work, but just before the market opened, it's a little iffy. You don't want to take a setup like that. But, just kind of looking for, like, going back here. See if I can find one. Yeah, something like, no, that's not one. I found some last night. Well, here's one. Here's an outside bar followed by an inside bar. So I've been looking for that pattern, that three candlestick pattern. And it works pretty well. So it doesn't show up that often. When it does, it's a good one. Or here's one right here. Here's an inside bar followed by an outside bar. You take the break at the outside bar on a 2-minute. Stop goes above. And then you got to hold your stop, Took some heat on it, but then you get a nice move off that outside bar break. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. I also have been liking the outside bar followed by an inside bar as well. That's actually been playing out pretty well too. So it's another pattern I'm looking for. Here's another one. It's a nice little pattern, 118 points off that. So I'm keeping the 5-minute up and the 2-minute up and looking for that specific pattern. Now, it doesn't come very often. It's almost like something that you're like, oh man, I wish I could program something to trade it, because it just comes so, like, it's just very rare. And on a 5-minute chart, you got to be super patient. Is it a mega spike this morning? I don't even know. I guess so. Short it. Good luck to you. I'll see you at 30,000. No. I mean, who even knows at this point? I mean, shorts are just getting their face ripped off. People that only hit the buy button. There is some traders that only hit the buy button, right? Jan was talking about it yesterday. He's probably doing very, very good in the last month, right? Getting in on all those pullbacks. I'd like to trade both sides of the coin, but there is something to it where people only take longs. So if I only took long setups, it is pretty interesting. Looking for an outside bar, an inside bar, and only take them the long. It would be kind of neat. I see you. Haha, see you in 30,000. Yeah. Nah, I'm just joking. Not financial advice. I have no idea what this market's going to do. All I know is just we got to trade what we see. Looking for those outside or inside bars. I don't think I can trade. I don't have an eval to trade right now. So I hit 50% today on this flex. I just tried to pick up a rapid account and it's not going through. I think it's my credit card. So we'll just talk about what I see, kind of paper hand it. All good, right? It's Friday. It was a rough week. Just kind of hopefully just take it easy this weekend. Take it easy and So if you guys got any questions for me, feel free to throw it in the chat. Iran's fires, news, sporadic clashes. Yeah, just divergence detective. Tons of news headlines coming out. Absolutely crazy. Pine is deciding not to trade today. Nick plays base. Yeah, probably. I mean, I did pretty well this morning already. I did pretty well. But yeah, you're right. We're grinding 6 weeks high. It's unbelievable. I have not seen this since I've started trading 2001. I haven't seen a rally like this. I mean, I've seen some nice bull rallies, right? But nothing like this. This is, I mean, look at the angle of this chart, this daily. Unbelievable. It's parabolic. I've never seen anything like that. Has anyone else? It's not like I'm a super experienced trader. It's not like I've been around for 30 years or whatever trading. I know we have some people in the chat that are probably old pit traders and everything else that have seen some pretty crazy stuff, but Mr. Smith, oil is back in the 90s in 96. Yeah, maybe something like that with oil, right? It's because it's never happened historically. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking too. SPY making all-time highs. Yeah, it did sweep a low, right? The SPY or the ES came down and swept that low. Yeah, kind of pushed down towards that low this morning and then just rallied from there. So that was kind of the sign. Once it swept that low on ES and then it started to rally, you knew NASDAQ was just probably going to just continue, right? No outside bars yet on a 2-minute chart. So this morning we had an outside bar. Very first candle, which is very typical. So I've never gone back and back tested this as far as the very first 2-minute outside bar at the open, because it often is, and then getting a little continuation off it. I haven't done that, but it is interesting. Same with Qs. Nice. Why, you don't have a live account yet, Pine? I do. I have a live account. Yeah, I am live. Not with MyFundedFutures, but I do have a live account. So I've been live 3 times with 3 different props. And this time I do have a live account. It is currently active, and I just took a withdrawal, $1,000 this week. That's what I made on it, $1,000. So took a $1,000 withdrawal. Working on getting that MyFundedFutures live though, right? That's the thing. Hopefully this is so. Hopefully, because what I attempted to do is get a bunch, get those Rapids accounts, and I was taking daily payout, daily payout. But I think if I take one of these Flex accounts and maybe try to get like 3 of them, and then try to build those up to a live, so that way I have a little more of a buffer. Because that's what I just did, in this other live account where I had them built up to $2,000 each times 3, and so now I have a live account with $6,000 in it. So that's what I would like to do with MyFundedFutures as well, and then go that route. And I can say I've been super patient on the live account. I have 1 trade a day this week, looking for $200 or $300, and then I withdrew $1,000. So I paid myself back at the end of the week, just like a job. So that was the highlight of the week. It's something I'm proud of because it's my very first live account payout. And so there's been a few firsts this year. I don't know if I talked about it on this stream, but yeah, a few firsts. One, this year for my trading career is I have withdrawn out of a live account. Hooray, right? Pretty cool accomplishment. The second thing is I've got my largest payout ever this year. Single payout. Awesome. The third thing is that I blew I blew an eval when I only needed 20 cents to pass it. Live on air. Live on the camera. Yay. So there's three things. I was thinking about it last night. There's three things that I've accomplished that set new records for my trading career. One of them is not so great, but right? Have I ever blown a live? Have I ever blown a live account? Yeah, heck yeah. I've blown lots of live accounts. I've blown lots of personal accounts too. I've thrown $15,000 in a personal account a few times back when I first started. Blew that, you know, for 15 grand of hard-earned money into that in a TradeAvate account. Blew it. I blew through a E-Trade account, trading options that had about 60,000 in it. No, 70,000. I blew that. I blew that in 2 days. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I lost $70,000 on the first year I started trading. 70 grand of real money. You know how much money I spent in props the first few years? $15,000. $15,000. I've gotten single payouts that were, you know, practically worth that were more than that. But yeah, 15,000 bucks. Personal money, I spent 70 grand. I lost 70,000 and I had to go back to work. We do have an outside bar here. So the way I would trade this right here is I would look for the break. I would do something like this. I'd look for the break long, and then the stop would go below. That's how I would trade this account. We go on this blown account here. Yeah, I would do that, or I would look for the break short just below this line here. And then I'd probably look for a little rollover down to the 50s if I went short off this outside bar. But it usually has to be, I like to see it off this next candle. That's how I like to see it. Have I already made the money back? Yeah. Yeah, I did it this year. I did. I've not this year, but I've done a lot. Like I'm well over 100-something thousand right now in payouts this year. Here's a break to the upside. So I would take the long and try to scalp it up towards that high, but being right at that 20 level too is a little tricky. But if I was trading, I would probably try it. I mean, why not? Kind of going with the flow. Stop would go at 87.25. He did it this week? No, not quite. I lost quite a bit this week. I'm down this week. The last month I did pretty well, like real well. This month I'm not doing that great. I'm down. I'm probably down a couple thousand this month right now. Still time though. Still time. What I think about SK's method? I think that any method can work. So no matter what you're trading for strategy. So if you're trading initial balances, if you're trading inside outside bars, if you're trading SK's method, which I don't even really know how he trades or what he trades. But yeah, if you just find a strategy kind of fits your personality, so whether or not you want to scalp, you want to swing trade, if you can stay patient and you could be in a trade for maybe a couple hours or half the day, or then, you know, there's definitely strategies for that. You know, we have Mr. Zinc on after me. He likes to kind of do a little bit of a swing trade. intraday swings where he looks for initial balance, pullbacks, and then targets the initial balances, things like that. So for me personally, I like to just kind of scalp and move on to the next trade or move on to the next account and kind of rotate my accounts that way. I like to look for, once I'm funded and I'm over the trailing drawdowns and the buffers, then I like to just take make $200-300 a day per account. Like that's kind of like what I like to do. MyFundedFutures payout. Do I have to wait till Sunday payout or tonight, Jeannie? I think you could request as soon as the dashboard updates. So yeah, as soon as the market closes, you can request. It's pretty quick. Yeah, MyFundedFutures has one of the fastest, if not the fastest, payout on the prop streets. So very, very proud of that. They can definitely, I mean, it's pretty awesome. And it goes like, if you have ACH set up, it's like right into the bank. So pretty awesome. So there's the break off the 2 minute. I know we were talking about it, but there's the break. That's what I trade. I don't have an account to trade at the moment, but there's an example. Easier said than done, right? But you guys know, you guys see me trade here at night. You guys see me trade at night. You guys see me trade all the time in the, whatever. Today, during the stream, I'm exhausted. Pine payouts, payout Pine. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, pretty good, right? Pretty good. Oil's pumping with the indices. That's interesting. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, that is interesting. Oil's pumping. NASDAQ's pumping. Everything's just pumping. It's just buy. Buy, right? Crazy. And gold's dumping. Yeah, gold did come off the highs there, off 760.5. It did come down. It's testing that VWAP here. Just a nice bounce there off the gold. So at 47.34 right now. But yeah, gold did dump. Nice little outside bars here on the 5-minute chart. Just taking a look, just looking at just observing here. Nice little breaks here. This one right here failed just 15 minutes before the gold market opened here. Or the, actually it was, yeah, gold market. But now, nice little breaks off that 5-minute chart. I love them outside bars. Outside bars have just been paying big time. Now, my problem is lately is like, I'm just not being patient. I'm just not waiting for a setup. Like people will say like, oh, well, if your strategy is so good, how come you lose accounts? How come you are failing evals? How come you blow your funded accounts? That's because I don't even wait for a proper setup. I literally just go, ooh, I think we're going higher. Sometimes this is the mentality I get it. And it's all mental. I'll just go, ooh, I think we're pushing up here. I'll just hit the buy button. When the reality is like, if I just wait for one of my setups and then take the shot, accept the risk, not put in all my eggs in one basket. Because if I went long on this candle here, should I go in with 5 minis? No, probably not. Just if you're trying to pass an eval, maybe just 1 mini, take the base hit, take the 20 points, 15, 20 points, wait for the next one. Place the stop down below. If you go in with 5 minis and it pulls back, even this much, you're going to hit daily loss limit. And then you won't be able to trade the account. So like, this is the stuff that's happened to me. That's the stuff that's happened to me. So, I'm just being real with you guys. Like that's been the mentality this week. And tilt can last for a while, right? You have to snap out of it. It's good to, if you're on tilt, if you have a real bad tilt day and the next day you come back and you still feel like you want a revenge trade and tilt, you probably should just take a break for a few days. You know, not financial advice or anything like that, but just take a break and maybe just don't place any trades. Just maybe do a little back testing, hang out with us, get your trading fix in that way. Sometimes I'll do that. Well, I'll just hang out on streams and get my trading fix in. You know, I'm not trading, I'm locked out for the day, and then I say, well, maybe I'm just gonna hang out on Methodical Man's stream, you know, and just hang out there for a bit. It kind of gets my trading fix in, you know. Hang out with the community, say what's up, talk about the trading, talk about the prop firms, talk about, you know, what's going on with the markets, and just get your trading fix in, and then not trading. That I do that all the time because, you know, people ask me like, well, why did you start streaming? Well, for one, the money, right? It's good. It's good money. It's nice. It's a nice side income, right? Streaming, affiliates and all that good stuff. But it also is because I was constantly just hanging out in other people's chats, answering questions about prop firms, you know, answering questions about trading. And I just love doing that. I would be in other people's discords hanging out. And I said, why don't I just do this myself? Like, I love talking. It's like the only, it's excuse me, it's such a passion for me trading that I love it so much that it's really all I think about is trading. For the last, since 2021, it's my hobby. It's also the way I make a living. It's just everything. It's kind of my life. I actually struggle trying to find hobbies outside of trading. I have joy and fun sitting at my laptop, not trading, but just searching for the next setup, or like looking at patterns and being like, ooh, that first inside bar or that second inside bar on the Globex session is, you know, has been popping off. Like if I just take that break on the second inside bar of the Globex, or looking at YM 5-minute ORB and saying, you know, I think I can get a trade around that first 5-minute YM ORB candle, right? And by doing that stuff, I find these little gold nuggets, and actually that's the trade I got $1,000 payout this week on, was looking at YM, looking at the first 5-minute candle and trading around it, because I've discovered something with it. And so that's what I did over and over and over again. And I just took one trade every single day, and they were all winners this week. So in turn, it paid me $1,000. But like, that's what I'll do. I'll sit on the couch and do that. So anyways, I only got a few seconds left, but guys, sorry I couldn't make any trades, but we talked through the trades I take, which is the outside bars, and it was a beautiful long there. So, but you guys, thank you so much. I'll see you guys Sunday night on my own stream. Have a great weekend. We have Mr. Zinc on next. All right, guys. Peace.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Welcome in. Happy Friday. I get the link out for this stream. The IB is currently set. It is currently set. We're long bias right now. I'm still in disbelief with how the market's pushing. In utter disbelief with how fast it's pushing to the upside. I did not expect to wake up this morning in... I was looking for 29,000, but I did not expect to get it at this speed. This is ridiculous. We have about an 80-point reward from where we are right now on the IB. I honestly want it to get down to 50%. If it doesn't, not really much we can do about it. This is a good 25% entry. I do believe it has a very strong chance to go to that high for Friday stats. Fridays are very good for the IB. Good morning, guys. Zinc in the house. What's going on, Beard? There we go. Get the link copy pasted. Yeah, so we should be, it's not anything that I want to trade because it's already so elevated. It's very difficult to go and take a long position when the price is already this high. I was explaining this in my live yesterday. It feels icky because you have so much more upside to go, but in your head, you cannot validate taking a long. Like if I were to enter this long right here, it's still valid with the IB. It's a very good entry. But if you zoom out and see just how fast we've been pushing up, like this is a 600-point move from Globex Open last night. 600-point move from Globex Open on Wednesday. 600-point move from Globex Open on Tuesday. And this has been the same trend all week. 80% of the time, price is trending in a direction it will continue. So do not be the person that tries shorting this. Don't be the person that tries inversing what the trend is doing. Just hop on the train. It will more likely than not continue in that direction. 80% of the time it should. We'll see if this wants to continue. This would be an IB25 entry. I believe for those folks that do trade the IB25, the stop loss is a negative risk reward. So that's your trade right there. I would much rather prefer to get the entry at the midpoint, but it may not offer it today. I'm not in anything right now. As you can see, there's no open position on the screen. This is just a hypothesis. I would ideally like it to pull back to that IB50. What's going on, Goku? Goku, you've won like 3 of my giveaways. It's ridiculous how lucky you are. Time to enjoy the weekend. Yeah, do not be the person that A, tries shorting all-time highs, but B, goes into their weekend on a sour note because you're over trading or you're trying to get into something a little more aggressive than you should. 29,166. Keep in mind as well, we just hit 28,000 this week for the first time ever. So if you are struggling with going long with this trend, or you're struggling with just trading this week in general, I had a really good week this week because I love playing upside. I got my trades out with the IB yesterday. I had a beautiful continuation of that IB high. Wednesday's trade could not have been any better. Go into replay mode here. I'll show you guys how fast it was. The reason I'm doing this is I don't think we're going to get a pullback. I can see price still moving in the bottom right. If this gets down to 29,000 flat is the midpoint of the IB today. If it gets to 29,000 flat, then we can hop off this replay and go and take a trade. I'll go down to the 1 minute for this. So my entry was right at 10:29, a minute before the IB finalized. And I was in the trade for 7 minutes. There we go. So 10:29, I exited just before the IB high got taken at 10:35. So I was in the trade for 6 minutes. Ended up missing another $20. It is what it is. I don't mind that. The reason that I got out was because on that same day, SPY broke a lot earlier. So again, when they don't have added confluence, when SPY is not indicating a high break, QQQ is. It's the same divergence as SPY is indicating a low and Qs is indicating a high break. Again, we just hit 28,000 this week. So Tuesday this week, I need to get off the 1 minute. Tuesday this week, you guys can see all the trades I had as well. Tuesday this week was our first time hitting 28K. We hit it right at open during Tuesday's market session, and that was it. I thought that we were done at 28K. Very next day, we're at 28,500. Very next day, we go all the way up to 28.8. And now we are currently sitting all the way up at a whopping 29,091. Crazy enough. This is definitely not at the midpoint. I don't know what just happened to my chart. It lost the opening move there. That was weird. There we go. All fixed. That's our IB for today. Why does it not work when I go on the 15-minute? Is that candle disappearing? Oh, trading view. So we're looking for this to hopefully get a retracement down to the 50, and then we can get our entry there and then target the upside. The reason that we pivoted as fast as we did yesterday was because of news. This was not anything to do with TA. This wasn't anything to do with overextension, and then we just dropped like a rock. This was news yesterday right at 11 o'clock. Pivoted. We had, if I can jump to it real quick, I saved it for this reason. I saved it to talk about today. It was yesterday at 11 o'clock. Was 0506. I'll get into my journal. Glad I took a screenshot of it. And there we go. So it was an article from CNBC. Whirlpool says Iran causing recession level industry decline. And then that stemmed into a whole bunch of big tech companies, smaller tech companies as well, saying that the increase in travel costs, Home Depot is a big one as well. Recession fears due to transportation costs and not being able to front run it fast enough. So what that means, and I spoke about this significantly last Friday, everything that you know, everything that you use is a component of petroleum. Petroleum is part of that product. So the computer screen that you're looking at right now, the phone that's in your pocket, the phone that's in your lap or what you're watching the stream on, the shirt that you're wearing, if it's polyester, any plastic has petroleum in it. Not to mention transportation costs. You have shipping costs, which would have been $75. Okay, now it's looking at $190. I mean, I just filled up my gas tank yesterday. 2 months ago, it was $52 to fill up my gas tank from almost empty. Yesterday, I spent $114. So gas prices have gone up over 2x what they were. And that has caused all these, and recession's a big word to be throwing around, but anytime it does get thrown around with people that have the option to be throwing it around, it carries a lot of weight. And that's what happened yesterday at 11 o'clock. That's why we had the decline. Doesn't look like we want to get that retracement. I don't know what happened to my trading view, but it kind of spazzed out there on me for a minute. This is not a position I have open. This is just a hypothesis. I like monitoring the trade this way. For anyone that is not familiar with Dan Cook, I spoke about him last week as well. He likes to take the trades at the IB25. There are many variations you can take. I know Ash took a trade earlier this week at like 10:10 on the IB. I believe he took it on Monday. By going, yeah, there we go. Tuesday he took it this week. So Tuesday the IB hit 50% at 10:15, 10:10, 10:15, 10:20. That's too early for me to get in. Other people's variations, you can definitely go and take that and get in. He got in at, I believe, 10:10. As I just said, he was in the trade for like 20 minutes, and it hit full TP at 10:20 before the IB was even set. Zinc, would you consider the IB 50 on ES instead of NQ today, right near the 50 right now? I'm trying to avoid the one that's a little bit weaker at the moment. This one definitely would have been a decent entry. I don't know what the reward would have been. Could have been decent. If I go and pull up MES. We wouldn't have gotten the entry anyway, but it's a 15 point range on MES. So we're looking at $75 per MES contract. That wouldn't have been too bad, I suppose. SPY has been a lot weaker all week. I don't know how many of you guys have noticed as well. It's been a lot weaker throughout the week. I type over 100 words per minute. There you go, Magnus. But it won't make a difference. Oh, you're not talking to me. You're just talking in chat. I see. We're going into a recession. I think that's probably just a scary word to throw around, as always. I can't imagine that we'd have a recession off of... We are going to have very, very poor Q2 earnings. So keep that in mind for when we get into July, the first or second week of July. When we get Q2 earnings, you have the small and medium caps that start, and then it might not even be until August that we get them for like Apple, Amazon. Amazon's going to take a massive hit. I'm calling it right now. Amazon is going to take a massive hit from how expensive oil is right now, because that's their entire business model, is transportation cost. And they thrived off of gas prices being a couple dollars. Now that it's the nation average, I think, is $5.20. It's because I used to sell lobsters behind Veroc West Bank at 200 GP each. Got great practice at typing quick. You and me both. I used to sell unidentified herbs. Unidentified herbs. He said the IB strategy is his creation. I can discredit that immediately. Do you love us, Zinc? Absolutely. I can discredit that completely. The IB was created by Peter Steinelbach in 1977. So anyone that is claiming the IB is their creation right now is full of it. Full of you know what. The IB's been around for 50 odd years. Going on 60 years. What's your win rate like? The win rate with the IB sits at about 70%, I'd say. The IB itself is a 96% likelihood that it breaks. However, that doesn't mean that I have a 96% win rate. It just means that it happens 96% of all trading days. You will have a break of the IB. Imagine being the first to realize it pays to target the IB. It must be pretty cool. Well, I was actually the first one, Magnus. I was the first one. Yeah, anyone that is stating that they created the IB, same thing with the orb, or at the very least try to rename it if you're going to say that you created it. Call it like the opening hour range, not the initial balance. I will credit myself with that, Magnus. I popularized the IB. I saw maybe one or two traders talking about it prior to when I started trading it, and started trading it really well. I saw very, very few other people trading it. You're going to be in chat. Okay, I got you. Kind of died in popularity. I think it got overshadowed by ICT concepts. The thing about trading is that every single strategy that you guys use, every single one works. All of them. Every single strategy that you have seen, thought of, used, thought of using works. It's just the psychology part that makes it vary. Feels like, yeah, it goes through phases. The orb 2 years ago when I started trading futures, I used to trade options before futures, so it's not like I wasn't experienced going into it. 2 years ago when I started trading futures, everyone and their mother was using the orb. Every single person was using the orb or a variation of the orb, the 15-minute orb. And now that the orb doesn't really work that well, it still works. There's just a lot of discretion in how people trade it. You can trade it with longs based on the 50% of the orb. You can trade it on a retest of the orb. The most popularized strategy that I saw with the orb was the 15-minute orb and waiting for a retest down into it. Also, here comes our IB high. SPY is coming to take the high at the same time as Q, so this is shaping up to be a pretty good one, honestly. We have another 15 points to go. Fabio Valentini, he's pretty good. Everything goes through phases based on what's making money. But the beautiful part, guys, is that the IB, as I will always say, I will die on this hill. The IB has been around since 1970. It is a free resource. You can go and look up the initial bounce. Peter Steinelbeck. I don't remember how it spells his last name. Something like that. Who created the initial bounce breakout? Peter Steilmeyer in, shouldn't say the 1980s, it's 1977. This guy, he's the creator of the IB, and he has thousands of hours of stuff on trading, content on trading. He does classes and lectures still, and you can get all of them on YouTube. Volume strips with J. Peter Steilmeyer. This is all free stuff. This isn't something that I created. This isn't something that we're trying to put a paywall behind. That's something that has worked and it will continue to work for a significant period of time. I see. Most can't stick to one strategy long enough, so a strategy gets saturated. Yeah, that's a really good point too. The reason that so many people hop from strategy to strategy is it's based on what's winning. So as soon as the IB went through, like last month, March into May, March into April, maybe like the second week of March into the beginning of April. April is kind of okay, but the end of March, I'm just going to scroll back real quick to see April 7th. Glad I leave all my wins on here. Yeah, the end, like this portion of March was pretty tough for the IB. And when this happened, there was like a week of downside for the IB where it wasn't really working. It started with March 17th. Another loss March 18th. Doesn't look like there were many trades afterwards. Another one that had no entry on it. The IB stopped working as well as it was. It worked incredibly from January to February. January into February, I went on like a 17 win streak, took a loss, went to a 13 win streak. So I had one loss over 30 trading sessions that I took an entry on the IB. And then you get to the first week of May, the IBs were working really well, but that was after we went through that kind of poor stretch in March and then maybe the beginning of April. So to make it through the IB and make it to being a profitable trader, you need to be able to handle the drawdown that comes with any strategy. And then along with that, the drawdown that goes with strategies, you need to be able to shake it off and say, hey, this is a winning model. I just made X amount of money over the past 2 months. I'm going to continue to trade that the same way that I have been. It's going to go through drawdown periods. It's going to lose. It's going to lose here. It's going to lose there. I just need to make sure that I trade it responsibly and don't oversize because I'm feeling overconfident. Where can I learn about the IB? What are good resources? If Abhishek would like to, I have a few videos on my YouTube. You can Google it and you'll have really good results. My preferred method of learning a strategy is to do what Ash and I did. Ash and I had a shared stream. I'm very fluent in what the IB is and how it works. Ash does the same thing now. He's pretty fluent in how the IB works. Find out who, I'm not saying that I founded it, but find out who is very fluent in a trading strategy, very profitable with it. Learn how they trade it, which being in the stream is a great entryway. And then from that, alter it to work with your brain, work with your mind. So if the IB, I was actually just 30 minutes ago, I was on a call with someone that trades the IB a completely different way. And I'm going to explain it right now so you guys can maybe start trading it this way as well. When the IB breaks, there is an 18% chance that you go and take the low. So when you take the high of the IB, for instance, today, there's an 18% chance that price goes and hits this level, and that's it. So the way that he trades it is he waits for a break of the IB to the upside. He doesn't trade that. He doesn't trade that IB. He doesn't trade the IB that way at all, which is funny because that's how I trade it. And that's how I taught him how to trade it. He doesn't trade that. He doesn't trade the IB to the breakout. What he does is he waits for a retracement back into 25% of the IB, and he targets the high. His stop loss is the low, and that's it. That's the way that he trades the IB, and he's taken one loss over the past 30 days doing it, and that loss was yesterday because we had news that came out and caused us to have a significant drop into the afternoon. So I'll put this time frame back to 1600. So it shows the whole IB hit. That one loss was yesterday, but you can see probably no entry on Wednesday. Tuesday, after it broke, he ended up going long. He got filled on his long at that 345 candle. And then he got fully out of his position at 415. Which I don't know if I would agree with that one because it's after New York. This one looks like it also would have been a loss on Monday, so maybe he just didn't take that one. No entry there last Friday. Perfect entry right here. Break of the IB. You know, there's only an 18% chance price goes to the opposing IB. The low enters at 25%, and then just takes profit when it hits the IBI again or whenever he's comfortable with it. But that's because there's only, when the IB breaks, there's only an 18% chance that price goes and hits the opposing level. But that's what I mean by you learn a strategy from someone that uses it and then alter it and tweak it so it works in your head. Question from Alex: on which pairs does the IB work? I use it on QQQ and SPY. That's it. There's no reason that you need to use it on YM. And in my back testing anyway. Also, here comes the high. Just about to take it. 2 points, 1 point. IB high is taken. Nice. I'm happy with that. 166. IB high was 166.25. So it missed it by 0.25. It needs to push up a little bit more. Tiny bit more. A little discretion. IB 25 today. Yeah, W's in chat for the IB 25. I know I didn't take the entry on this, but it's nice to see it validate. There's the high broke. 29,167.5. The IB is officially done. There's still a little bit of room on SPY. SPY almost got the IB 50, so that one would have been the better pair. Yeah, pairs. If you guys want to trade the IB with pairs, I don't use YM at all. In fact, YM is almost always diverged with what the market's doing. I have no idea why. It is almost always doing the opposite of what NQ is doing, which is funny because YM has 20 holdings, NQ has 100. You'd think YM would be doing the same thing that NQ would be doing, but it's not. Most cases, it's significantly delayed or it has a massive reversal. Yesterday was a great example. QQQ was skyrocketing all morning. YM did not make a new high until 11 o'clock, which, funny enough, when YM made a new high, that's when the market started dumping, and then YM just got taken with it. Look at all those W's. W's in the chat for IB25. And that is the IB validated today. We still have, so the reason that I don't take SPY when I'm not looking for SPY to continue to the high. I love talking about this with Ash because he has the same exact thought on this as I do. Magnus, you also have it if you want to chime in chat. Why on earth would you risk let's say you're up 300 on this trade. Why would you risk the 300 profit for another $20, $40 in profit? As opposed to just securing it and being happy, content, okay, QQQ went broke the high, SPY is still within the range. I could capitalize on a few more points on SPY. Ultimately, you're going to end up holding the trade for another 2 hours, though. That's very often what happens with SPY. We have an example from last Friday. What happened when we took this trade last Friday on stream? I was in at IB50 actually, right at 10:30. Full TP hit 5 minutes after I got off the stream. So we were in the trade for about an hour. I entered at 10:35. It hit full TP 5 minutes after I got off my segment. What happened to SPY, though, on Friday? So if I went and took that same exact trade on SPY, I hit my stop loss on that trade at 3:59, a minute before close. So why would I risk? I'm up 80%, 85% of my total profit. And I get greedy going for a little bit more, and then I end up getting stopped out on the trade at 3:59. So not only did I end up losing the profit that I was up, but I am now holding a trade for not 1 hour, not 2 hours, not 3 hours, but 4.5 hours. I'm in the trade and it's my stop loss. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense in props. It can make sense if it's an extra tiny bit for a winning day, but otherwise not really. Exactly. Think about it this way too. You're just walking on the street and some stranger comes up to you and hands you a $100 bill. You are holding the $100 bill in your hand and you go, this next guy might give me $120. Here you go. You can take it back. I'll be here in case you want to give me the 100 again, but this next guy might give me 120. And then no one ever comes and gives you $120 and you just lost out on $100. That's essentially what happens with the little bit of greed that comes in with trading. And I'd put money on the fact that the SPY IB, and we could put a timer on it now. QQQ broke at what time? QQQ broke at 10:56. So I'm going to put a vertical line at 10:56. And we'll see how much longer it takes for SPY to go and break that. 10:56, was that right? 10:55. Had a wick at 10:55. So we'll monitor this. I'll leave that vertical line on. We'll see how many minutes it takes for SPY to go and push the additional profit. No, and then some other, yeah, even better yet, you have $100 in your hand. You say, the next guy's going to give me 120, I'll wait, and then you get mugged and the account's blown. Now, not only are you out the $100 that someone gave you, but you're negative 400 because you got mugged. That is the reality of not securing profits. No one ever went broke securing profits. I know it's a very controversial topic because some people say, why would you secure profit? Why would you secure early and let your trade go to full stop loss, but you don't let it go to full TP? It's discretionary. I wouldn't call this trash. This is beautiful price action right now. 80% of the time price is trending, it will continue to go in that direction like clockwork. Yesterday is a prime example of it. Excluding news. When you have news come out, that does kind of skew it a little bit. But if we're looking at the macro term for this week, better yet, we'll zoom out for 2 weeks. So this is our trend. I'll get rid of that for a minute. This is our trend right now. Also, each white line that's on my chart was an all-time high that we made, and you can see how many we've just blown through. It's ridiculous. So each respective pullback, we have one starting there, kind of another one there. The stat on this is that 80% of these pullbacks will yield a longer or higher high. They'll yield another high. Another one right there. Another one right there. Kind of another one right there. So we were at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'd probably go to 16 pullbacks before. Statistically, we should go and see 16 pullbacks, even if I wanted to add a couple more in here because we did have some extra pullbacks that did get bought up. So that's 12. There's 2 of them that I missed. Maybe even another one right there at 13. So we have another 3 continuations higher before we start seeing some downside. Statistically speaking, the stat is 80% of the time, 20% of the time. 80% of the time price will continue, 20% of the time it will reverse. If we hit 30,000 next week, I will do a backflip on stream on Friday. How's MCL doing? I did see that it hit 90 yesterday. So I had a pretty aggressive bounce off 90. Yeah, last time I looked at this, it was at 90, 89, 90 yesterday morning. And then we had a 10-point bounce off this. As soon as this starts coming down, we're fine. The reason that you guys haven't seen oil prices come back down or gas prices come back down around you, it's as simple as saying that, A, there's a probably 3-week delay for them coming back down, but it is, let me make sure my facts are right here. So for the first time in history, the U.S. is currently in debt oil. That is why gas prices are as high as they are, and they're not coming back down. Does anyone know the significance to that? Does anyone understand how crazy that statement is? For the first time in American history, for the first time in world history, the U.S. is in debt oil. So what that means is that we currently have nothing in our reserve. We don't have a drop of oil in our reserve. We're actually negative oil barrels. And the reason being, I think it was 2 months ago when this whole Iran issue started, we emptied the oil reserve. It was 400 million barrels that just gone. So if you guys remember, like the beginning of April, I believe, oil and gas prices went from, for me anyway, I'm just speaking on Maine. I don't know what the nation average was, but for Maine, it was like 420, 410 a gallon. It went down to 370 for a week. And then present day, it's like 476. But it's the first time in U.S. history that we have been in debt oil. We borrowed 40 million barrels from Canada. We borrowed like 120 million barrels from Venezuela. Granted, they are kind of under our control now, but... Oh, there's the little chime. Everyone hear that chime? Keep a lookout in chat. There's the forums coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got 5 forums out in chat. It's the same forum. Spammed. Oh, I got you. Never mind. Never mind. Magnus hit Control V too many times. Or Command V if he's on Apple. Perfect point right here, though. Exactly what I just said. You are now holding the SPY IB trade. So be content with your profit on Qs, right? Understand that Qs just broke the IB high. It no longer has a draw to the upside. SPY is stuck where it is right now. QQQ does not have the same upside strength or draw to the upside that SPY should for the IB. And because of that, SPY no longer gets the added strength from QQQ. So we could pull back on NQ/QQQ, they're the same thing. We could pull back another 15, 20 points and then make a new high. But you are now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, going on 14 1-minute candles, 14 minutes. That you have to hold this trade going for extra profit instead of just securing it when Qs went and broke the high. So that's another rule that I have for the IB. That's why I secure it when the IB goes and takes this level on QQQ. It's okay, I'm here. You can send it. Why am I against trading YM? It's a smaller pool that you're trading, so it's more volatile. For what I observe on YM, it's almost always diverged. Stop it. YM's almost always diverged with what the market's doing. So if we go and take a look at MNQ, this is what MNQ is looking like right now. Now let's pull up YM, DIA. YM just took its IB low. So not only is it something that it's very often hedged against what the market's doing, it's very similar to what gold does. If you go and take a look at gold and YM line up very well, I've noticed, but YM and NQ, they're very rarely directly lined up unless you have some kind of very bullish news, very strong news that comes out. That's why I don't trade it. And then again, the point that I'm making here is that for trading the IB, after 11 o'clock, I wouldn't really look to get an entry, but you essentially just gave away 50% of the profits that you had in the position by waiting for it to go up another 12 cents, which I bet if we go and look at ES, that probably correlates to 1 point. 1 point. And 1 point on ES is $50. So you are now, if you were in for a full ES contract, 7407, Your TP is at 7422, so it's $50 times 13 points, $650, and you just gave away $350 of that profit, going for another 50, as opposed to just securing it. But why would you let your trades run to full stop loss and not full TP? Secure your profits. As for your question on YM, I don't have a sound reason. It's just that I don't like trading this when NQ is doing this. NQ is much more resilient and it's much more consistent with what it does for a gain. Does the IB strategy work for individual stocks like Mag7? Absolutely. Absolutely it does. I am waiting. So if you guys don't know, individual stock futures for the Mag7 should come out either next month or the end of Q2. I'm hoping that it's next month. It was teased at the end of last year. You guys can drop a 2 in chat if you're excited for that. Individual stock futures. So you can now, you can't do it now, but coming soon, hopefully next month or the end of Q2, you can go and trade individual stock futures. So NVIDIA, IB is currently set long. Perfect entry at the midpoint. You were in about $1 of drawdown on this, and it's looking very strong to go and take the high. Tesla, IB, perfect reaction at the midpoint, and look how beautiful that was. You had 20 cents of drawdown. That was it. 20 cents of drawdown, full TP hit at 11 o'clock on the dot. So this is why I am so excited for individual stock futures, because the IB, you could essentially get 7 trades, 9 trades on the IB each day if you wanted to. Not advocating that you go and get more trades, but it works the same on individual tickers as it does on QQQ and ES. So if I wanted to go and trade NVIDIA, and I see that NVIDIA has a lot of strength today, I can go and take the IB on that as opposed to taking the IB on QQQ, because maybe of the Mag7, NVIDIA is the only one that has strength in it, where the other 6 are all weak, or vice versa for Tesla. Tesla's looking a lot stronger. The other Mag 6 are not doing anything at all. I can go and take Tesla to the upside. How does that work? I have no idea how individual stock futures is going to work, but I am very excited for it. I imagine it's just going to be a different ticker, and there's probably going to be massive commissions on trading the more volatile ones like NVIDIA and Tesla. NQ has a higher commission rate than ES because it's more volatile. It's more expensive for the prop or the firm to get in and out of NQ contracts at speed, as opposed to getting in and out of ES contracts at speed, because ES moves 1 point, whereas NQ will move like 5 to 10 points. I'm assuming Tesla will probably have like twice the amount of commissions. So maybe like $2 a contract, but it should be like how ES is SPY. I bet Tesla will be TS. And then NVIDIA will be NV, Apple will be AP, Amazon will be AM. And those will be your contracts that you can trade, since they're all abbreviated to 2. Amazon, let's see the IB on that. IB on Amazon, perfect retest at the midpoint. This one would also be a long bias. I already looked at Apple. Let's take a look at Google. Google's interacting right at the midpoint right now. This one, you already had your entry at 1035, and it gave you 80% of full TP. And then the last one, Microsoft. Microsoft was a short bias and ended up playing out very well. And then Meta was also a short bias. High form first, 616.74, low form second. You got a midpoint entry at 1025, full TP hit to the downside. So you could theoretically take 9 different IBs. What about spreads? You guys are asking me questions I don't know the answer to. I don't know what the back end is going to look like on individual stock futures. I just know that when those come out, they're going to be phenomenal to trade. I would assume they're probably going to have micros. Maybe they won't. Does anyone in chat know if futures originally launched with micros, or was it always minis? Does anyone know? I'll look it up. Did stock futures launch with micros or just minis? If it's just minis, then the individual stock futures will probably just have minis. Stock futures launch with standard and mini contracts, not micros. E-mini S&P futures were introduced by CME Group in 1997 to target individual investors. Well, the much smaller micro contracts did not launch until May 2019. There you go. So they'll probably just launch with minis based on that information, but there's no... I don't have an exact answer to it. Great point being made right now. Great example. NQ again, full TP hit. ES, you are now almost break even on the position as opposed to just securing it up here. The reason this happens is because ES no longer has the added strength from NQ. There's no longer a continuous draw to the upside added from both indices. It's just NQ targeting whatever it wants to target. ES is still targeting the high, but it does not have the added strength from NQ behind it. Trading futures must have been tough before 2019. Oh, absolutely. So we have 72% of the chat prefers trading micros, and micros didn't launch until 2019 on SPY. Minis from 1997. Zinc hates gallium. I hate all the other precious metals. And if you move your stop up to break even, you're now out of the trade on SPY. There's no added draw. So going back to SPY's chart, because we put a vertical line there, this is now from 10:55 to 11:20. This is 25 minutes that you're holding the trade for another 1 point to the upside, another singular point to the upside. And you just gave away all your profits going for that. So that is, in essence, why I always secure when one of the assets takes its high and the other one does not. And this also does not translate over to, okay, we're going to take another entry on the IB. It's not the case. We are only going to be visiting one asset and one entry. If the IB breaks after 11 o'clock, it's not that significant. If it breaks between 10:30 and 11 o'clock, the IB has much more continuation potential. If the IB breaks afterwards, there's very little chance that it continues and actually goes and makes a new high. I don't know why the stats are that way, but they are. If the IB breaks after 11 o'clock, the continuation potential is much lower. It's very odd. Every other element on the periodic table chart can get those hands. Apparently they can. They can. Licketh. My strategy is the IB with entries at the IB 50. So for this instance, now disregarding what I did just say, let's say the IB was still validated. Let's say it was still intact. I am targeting an entry right at the midpoint, which we just reacted off of. My strategy with that play is to look for a continuation to the IB high, which it's getting a really nice continuation up there now. Look at that secondary reaction at the 50. Beautiful. Smash the like button. IB. B as in boy, not IV. Implied volatility is a completely different thing. I'm saying IB. Is gold as reliable as the indices? I do not trade gold during New York. My short answer for that is that gold is not as reliable as the indices. Of course, today it worked out to the downside, but typically gold has like a 60% win rate on the IB, or a 60% chance that it goes and breaks the correct IB. No idea why. That's just how the cookie crumbles with gold. It does not like to respect what the IB does for all their indices. I'm not a fan. What does IB mean? New here. IB stands for initial balance, is the first hour of market open. Not only is it the first hour of market open, but it can also be interpreted as the first hour in general. So you can trade it for Globex, you can trade it for London session, you can trade it for Asia open, you can trade it for really whatever time frame you want. That is your IB trade. So it works really well in that aspect. Like, I know a lot of people like trading it during London. I know a lot of people that like trading it during the lunch hour. They call it the lunch IB, the lunchbox IB. Dude, if I don't win today, that would mean the whole week where there's 50% chance I did not win. Unlucky. I'm new here as well. What do we do with the IB? How do we label it? How does it affect trading? It's the first hour of market open. I'm glad I put this vertical line here because this is just great illustration. You're in the trade for another 30 minutes. That's 30 minutes that you could be doing something else instead of waiting for another singular point on ES. The IB, it affects your trading because it also indicates what direction price is meant to go for the rest of the day. So with the IB, once it breaks, as I noted before, there's an 18% chance that price continues to the downside. There's an 18% chance that we have a reversal and go and hit the IB low. So once the IB is set and broken, you essentially have an 82% chance that price stays anywhere above the low, meaning that it's more likely that you're going to have a continuation in some regard. Yesterday was a freak news event. So news always invalidates what the IB is doing. You do not trade when news is going on. Simple as that. News overvalidates any trading concept, any strategy, any model. News always has more significance to it. Wait until you hear we do it every day. Do you know which IB is the most reliable from the three you mentioned? NQ. NQ is the most reliable. Has the highest stats, highest win rate. How about CL? Do you avoid it? I have traded CL twice in my life, and both times I got destroyed on it. I had a really nice win on CL, and then I was like, this is easy. I'm going to take another one, and then I got destroyed before I can even understand what happened. I got ran over. So now SPY may not break the high. No, SPY still is intact and it should go and target the high. But the point that I'm making is that at 10:55, 33 minutes ago, you were 1 point off of taking that high. So regardless of what size you had in the position, you go over to MES. Let's say I was in MES for 7 contracts because it's a 13-point IB. 15-point IB, so it's $75 per micro for a risk reward. So maybe not 7. Let's say I was in for 4. So that's 4 micros that I entered at 7408. My TP is 7422. 14 points to the upside, and I missed my TP by 1 point. It hit 7421. Now, what do I do with that position? Do I continue to hold it? Do I move my stop loss to break even? The trade is still intact. Do I leave it until it's either valid or invalidated? Either way, you end up taking a 13-point trade. You're up 13 out of your 14 points. You are literally 95% of the way to your full TP. And you botch it because you're going for another singular point to the upside. So I was up, if I was in 4 micros with $75 risk per micro. So I'm up $70 out of the 75 per micro. $280 trade. I'm up 260 out of the 280. And now my trade goes back to break even. I would actually be slightly red at 10:15. Also, that snuck up on me. Sorry about that. We are at the end of the segment. Thank you guys for having me on. Next up, we have Husk and Methodical Man. I will see all of you next Friday. Have a great weekend. Don't tilt. Don't do anything stupid. See you guys next week.
Good morning.
Good morning, guys.
How's it going over there?
Pretty good, pretty good. Let's see.
What-
Here we go.
What do we got, Us? We got a little different looking chart today.
Yeah, I was going to share this because, you know, they've been over there talking about the IBH. This is there is a indicator out there for anybody that wants to use the IBH. You know, maybe you struggle to kind of, this way you don't have to really keep up with it. So what it does is it marks out everything for you. So it marks out your initial balance high, initial balance mid, initial balance low, and it also marks out opening range low. It also gives you your first target there. So this first target's kind of like 50% of the initial balance.
Right.
For, you know, I used to use this all the time when I was like into the initial balance play. I've gotten away from it over the year, but oh yeah, we lost a bet. So Methodical Man wanted me to shave on stream, but I don't know about that kind of doing that type of stuff. I have hair all over the place. But anyway,
Yeah,
I just wanted to share the opening range indicator. You know, if that's something you're interested in, maybe just reach out to me, or maybe I can help you find it. There's multiple options for this indicator. This one's on NinjaTrader. I know they also have one on TradingView also. But yeah, just for anybody that's interested in the initial balance trade.
What does everybody think? Husk looks better with no facial hair or with the facial hair? I think on stream would have been the way better play.
Dude, that would have been messy. Can't be doing that. Not sitting here.
The much better play.
That'd have been messy.
I mean, this is so crazy.
Dude, I still struggle at trying to jump in at all-time highs. We've had multiple little bull flags, and I still can't push the button. And usually these are some of my favorite plays on evals whenever we get these little 3-candle setups like this. But man, it's so hard to do this at all-time highs because I feel like every push up is a fake out. I don't know why. I just had that feeling. So I've been pretty much sitting on the sidelines all day, just waiting for some kind of big pullback so we can either look for a big move up, or maybe we can catch that big pullback like we did yesterday.
Everybody says you look younger without the beard, Husk.
Oh,
20 years overnight, they say.
Sweet. I know it makes the dimples pop a little bit more.
A little bit of a dimple.
I know. The wiser look is gone. You know, no respect. Like, he's just another guy.
I'm a little bit tempted to kind of, as crazy as it sounds, I'm a little tempted to short. Yes.
Don't say those evil words, short. Listen to this guy. He's
I'm tempted.
I tried to actually, you know what? I did take a short today because it was a mechanical trade. I tried to short the inside bar on the micros, and actually the first time it gave me my 10 points, but it didn't break the top of the inside bar. So you know what? I'm gonna hit it again.
Yeah, I saw you.
And it got me.
I saw you take that trade.
Yeah, it was. I was sitting there telling myself, man, this is so stupid. Why am I doing this? You never short all-time highs. It's so difficult. If you're going to short all-time highs, you need to be looking for scalping plays where you're looking for like 10, 20 points on a scalp, not really looking for that big move.
Fun Tasty John. I'm sure that one, I'm surprised that one made it through. Read that one, Husk. I can't read that out loud. Oh my goodness. Read that comment. That's hilarious.
I'll have to go back and find it.
It's just right here. It's right there. It's not. It's just a few comments up. Oh my goodness. Yeah. InQ's hitting 30K this month, Emma. Maybe. The thing is, guys,
dirty.
We're up so high here. It's like, what do you do, man? What do you do? I'm not feeling that well today, so I don't know how involved I'll be here. How much I'll press the button, but we'll see. So if you're curious about the orb this morning, the pre-orb did win again. I want to say that the pre-orb went 5 for 5 this week. However, I only went 2 for 5 because the copy trader failed me on 2 occasions. So yeah. And then one day I didn't get the order down in time. So that's makes for a rough week. So how do we get Vincent D'Onofrio on here? I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, it's definitely got the Friday time lunchtime hour vibe going on at the moment, guys.
Guys, I think, okay, wait a second. I got a message coming in on the back end from Husk. He says if we reach 350 likes, he'll take his hat off. That was a message that just came in on the back end.
No, it didn't.
350 likes, the hat will come off, and we'll get to see the baby face with the baby head. Let's go. Oh, goodness. I'm kidding, obviously, but yeah, you know, that would be kind of a fun time if he did do that, but he's not going to do it. That's one thing Husk did tell me when we were making up the stuff, you know, the punishments and stuff. It's like, I'm not taking my hat off. So.
I don't know if I have to, but nobody wants to see that ugly side of me.
Look, Helpful said, Husk looks like a peeled peanut. Let's go.
What is this, Bash Husk Day? Come on, guys.
When I shaved my beard, I shaved my beard one day and came on the stream, my stream, and someone said, I once made a mistake shaving too. Like, they, you know, stuff like that.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, don't try to place a trade while you're shaving. Exactly, can't do it. But we are short of the 300 like goal today there, guys. We're only 28 away, I think.
I haven't even looked at the likes. Let's see. I meant to look at them a while ago. Let's see.
Danny, I am not feeling good today. I am telling you right now, I slept about 2 hours last night. I just took about a 45-minute nap right before I came on stream, and I have a doctor's appointment directly after I leave stream. So I'm just here to try to make it through the segment and, you know, see if we can we just got to pull it together for you guys for 1 hour. We can do it. It's Friday. So
yeah.
I did make it back to green for those of you that were on my stream this morning. I dug myself about an $800 hole, but we're back.
When did that happen? I didn't even notice it.
I don't know, man. Just smart trades. I'm telling you, smart trading. A couple of shorts. And we're back.
When did you have an opportunity to short, man? There was no short opportunities this morning. Did you get tagged in on the opening range play?
No, I didn't get tagged in short.
Okay.
No, I entered some shorts and got absolutely destroyed. So, but then, you know, I smartened up and we and then we entered the longs and got it back. So let's go.
Yeah, as you can see, guys, we never did run that 4-hour low down there today. So I mean, it's still hovering down there at the 28,800s.
Yeah, you know, I talked to Huss this morning and he said we're going down at open. He literally told me that. So I went ahead and shorted, and then we didn't.
Well,
go down,
we only pulled back to 50%.
You know, so I blame Husk. Now he's trying to make excuses. You guys hear it.
Oh, you can see the 50% right there. It's 50%, 100s.
No, that wasn't on a funded account. That was on just in the eval that I had maxed out yesterday. I made $1,500 on. So
I'm 4 for 4 with the opening range this week, taking the opening trade. So been pretty good this week so far with the opening range. The only day I didn't take it was Friday, whenever the opening range from that 9 to 9:15 was 100 points. That was the only day that I didn't take it.
Yeah, and it failed that day, right? Well,
yeah,
I think it failed.
Paid, well, it did pop out the top, but it paid 12 points. But if it didn't tag you in on time, or if there was a delay, like your case where you're using those copy traders, I mean, you would have been wrecked because it ended up pulling back 50 points. I'm not sure if that's what got you or not, because I remember one day you took a loss, but then one day you took a big winner.
I don't remember. I did not take the opening range that day. I took the second push out and got a winner.
Oh, okay.
I remember that. Yeah. Guys, we do have Trump speaking at noon. At least that's what I'm showing on my news feed. Anybody else showing Trump speaking at noon? So that's something to kind of be aware of here. Price action is just kind of moving around a bit here. The IB play on ES looks like it triggered long. You're only 2.75 points off PP for that.
If you're just joining us, here's a little IB indicator for any of you, potential IB future users, because I hear the IB brought up so much during some of the other streams. So as you can see, you're probably should be in a long. If you were taking the IB breakout, you would have been long from 66 on the retest. At least I think, is it the retest you get in, or do they just take the initial break?
No. So it's played differently by everybody.
Okay.
You're going to look for the 50% retest. So NQ is too strong. It would have never gotten tagged in. However, ES did pull back enough to get tagged in. ES is a little bit weaker than NQ. So at least from that perspective.
Okay. So the way I used to play it, we used to do just a retest, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't really play it like that anymore either. I don't play it either way, I don't think. But I mean, heck, any opportunity to get in long is probably not a bad idea, you know?
Dude, this is a really good looking 5-minute trend line build up here. I just feel like probably after lunch. I don't know if we'll get it during the lunch hour, but I feel like we're going to get a big pullback here off this 5-minute trend line. This is kind of like one of those possible lunchtime reversal setups.
Guys, think about the fact that when I first started trading, we were at like 12,000, 13,000 on the NQ, and we're approaching 30. I mean, that is just insane. So insanity there. So yeah, it really feels like the market only goes up at this point, huh?
Yeah, I know the feeling. We definitely need a pullback here. So this is insane. Just keep going up and up. What it is, it scares me to get long because I'm just constantly back in my mind. It's like, God, we're going to continue going up, or we're going to get a big pullback. Every time if I think about longs, I feel like I'm just going to get my face ripped off. So it's so hard to jump in.
Yeah, we're kind of testing 90 here, back to the 9 EMA on the 2-minute. We've kind of held that 21 EMA most of the morning here. I think we took a couple of dips below it, but for the most part, we held it. I don't even think we've ever gotten back to the 5-minute 21 EMA at all. So let's see if we get another little bounce here potentially.
And see, I've always had the impression that, the market was going to take a big hit the more and more people retire, I guess it would be the baby boomer generation all retiring, and most all of them taking their money out of the 401k.
I don't know if that has much to do with much. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that front. Who knows?
Me neither, but it's definitely not happening. Uh-oh, looking a little twitchy. I don't know if the safest play would be for us to wait for us to break the leg here, or maybe you can get a, but man, the moves are so big. You don't realize it. That's still like 50 points down.
Yeah. I think this, if this thing can push back up here, this is a nice 21 bounce here. I
don't know. It'd be pretty wild for me to even, I don't know. As you know, guys, I usually struggle at all-time highs. When we get up these all-time highs, I just feel like I'm being super indecisive. It's definitely pretty tough. So are you looking for a long back above the whole number? I mean,
I'm just thinking, yeah.
I mean, I guess if you want to stay with the trend, you wait for a new 5-minute candle. If this is going to bounce off the trend, I guess you could play the trend back to the top of the candle. Back up to the 15s to 20s. So, I mean, heck, that's still a 40-point trade.
We would kind of need to get back above like 195 here.
Well, I didn't know if you were going to play the bodies here.
No, I'm just looking at I'm looking at like a little 2-minute 21 EMA setup. We touch the 21 EMA, wick off of it, and then maybe make a move up here, or we'll just wait for us to push down to the 21 EMA on the 5-minute and maybe just look for a bounce there potentially.
Where's the 21 EMA sitting?
Right about the 140.
Oh, okay.
On the 5-minute, that is. Has not been touched today, so it'd be a pretty solid level to look for a bounce, I think. We shall see.
I may try long here if this does the trend line hold, and maybe back above this body here at 90 and see if we can run back up there to the 10s.
Yeah, I don't hate this level here. I mean, we're back at like the 5-minute trend line here as well. So we'll see if it wants to push back up. Again, you got Trump speaking in about 13 minutes, so that might be, you know, that might change kind of what we're looking for here. All right, I'm going to give it a quick try here.
You're going to try the long also?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I got my stop. I'm in it for 15 points. So, I mean, if it comes back and breaks the trend, it breaks the trend. If not, we'll try to take this to the top of this candle here. Just stay with the trend. There's the first target. We're working on trying to get better at range trading, guys. So that's definitely something that we're working on.
Just going to try to take it back to the all-time high. Why not?
I know that's what.
All right, I'm out of 2 of them.
Yeah, I wanted 3.
I got 2 left. I'm going to keep a runner going.
Dude, this thing looks kind of twitchy.
Going to keep a runner going here.
I may follow this one up here. This thing looks like it's got the mojo here.
ES is making that run too, so. Let's see if it can go.
I know 250s is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I might look for the 250 also.
Actually, 80, we're long from 89. So I'm gonna look for 39 here. I'm gonna stay in between here just in case that we just pushed above this wick and come back. But I am anticipating a pullback off the 25. So that's pretty normal to hit the 20, 25 and have the push back into the 10.
We're in the high there, got a little pullback. I want to see a little more expansion higher here potentially. I might just let's see.
Yeah, because if this follows the trend, this could easily also come back down to that 5-minute trend line. So that's the only bad part about not taking your profit at the top of this previous swing. So you could probably miss out on potential extra 20 points.
And we do also got the macro, I guess, coming up here in about a minute.
Shoot.
This 5-minute candle can hold here.
I'm gonna try to stay in this. I'm actually just gonna keep it close to break even. The reason I'm gonna do that is because top of the hour is coming, and dude, this thing could just blast at the top of the hour. I'm gonna put this up there just in case it get a little blast here at the top of the hour. We got less than 1 minute to go.
Well, top of the hour is still 10 minutes away though.
Oh, it is. Oh, never mind. Never mind. I thought we were at the top of the hour already. I wasn't watching the time. I didn't realize it was 49, not 59.
Yeah, that's all right. I still think we could. I mean, we're going to create a 5-minute order block here. Yeah, potentially in 20 seconds.
All right, we're going to keep it at break even just in case. I like the order blocks better whenever you got the big fair value gap underneath it. You got the big imbalance gap underneath the order block. To me, I like those much better than I do the ones with just a bunch of wicks.
All right, there we go. It formed. Let's see if it can hold and go now. I think it can.
You think it can?
Yeah, I'm still holding. I got my stop down at 182.
Okay, so you're at the bottom of the order block.
Yeah, if it breaks it, then it breaks it. We'll just be out. Let's see. I got the whole weekend where the market closed to shave. Nah. Myth can't shave. He cannot shave.
His woman already said she'd leave him. She's like, I'm out of here. Don't come back for a couple weeks. You're out of here.
Let's see here. Testing kind of the midpoint of the OB there. Well, not to the midpoint, but.
Really don't want to lose that whole number. In fact, you want to see the 200 hold up here. Now, if we come back down here and if I get stopped out and it comes back down here just to retest that level, I mean the 5-minute trend line, I will long again off of that trend line. We're just going to try to stay right there at the body of the previous low.
Retesting the 9 EMA there.
He likes Shay he likes to press the button. Yeah. We like pimping the button. Thank you guys for getting through my microphone issues yesterday. Hopefully it didn't sound too bad. I know there was a little bit of an echo on the microphone yesterday.
Nothing wrong with a small echo.
Unfortunately, I had to go buy a new amp yesterday because I broke my amp the last time I went to Georgia. I left the cord in it and I wrapped the cord around it. And when I did that, I guess it got pressed against something and it made it bent up. And I noticed I started having issues with it. And so now the computer won't recognize the cord from the amp to the computer. So that's what was going on yesterday, because I kept getting a message saying computer does not recognize USB port. So yeah, we were a cord breaker. So, all right. So if I wanted to be safe, you would almost like have your stop loss down there where Methodical has his around the 80.
I'm stopped out.
Oh, got a little wick here. So let's see if the trend can hold.
I'm seeing an A+ short setup here, so I'm about to take it.
Okay. Hey, we break this 5-minute trend line. Shoot, might have to hop on that train with you.
We may take it. I don't know.
What time frame are you looking at the short on? All right, we're gonna go to break even. This way, if it does push down a second time, it's probably gonna stop us out.
Well, we're on the 2-minute as always, but there's not a real momentum kind of it's not enough momentum going on here. God, I can't get my
It's crazy whenever we got this big of a move that you can't even make your charts look right. Like without just really scrunching them together and making them enclose. I like to zoom in a little bit. You know, the eyes are not as good as they used to be. So I like to zoom in over there.
Well, it's bouncing for now right off that trend line. So
we got about 50 seconds for a new candle. So hopefully we can stay above the whole number. And I feel like we could possibly get another little blast here. We only got to survive 5 more minutes to the top of the hour.
indeed.
So at top of the hour, you should get a nice little move. I don't think Trump will probably show up on time. Most any time of the talks from anybody, they're always a little late. Got to be in the back and getting all nicely dressed and security and all that stuff. I'm assuming it probably takes a lot to do that.
Looking bull flaggy here now. It might just rip.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm craving a smoothie for lunch today.
A good old smoothie.
Yeah, I've been going and getting the peanut butter smoothies from Tropical Smoothie recently.
Well,
They're like
now
little protein shakes.
Now it's trying to. What are we doing?
We're still going to be in this for about 5 points. So, and we'll see if the trend line holds. But it looking pretty bullish. I mean, bearish here on this push down.
Yeah, I'd say.
If the trend's going to continue, it shouldn't break this previous wick. Tell us more about the peanut butter smoothie. I don't know. My wife got it Sunday. We went and got smoothies Sunday morning, and she got it, and I tried it. I was like, that's pretty good. Usually I get the Blimpy Limpy, which is a little bit on the sweeter, sour side. But I thought that one tastes so much better than the one I was getting.
The Blimpy Limpy, you say?
Yep. Then my other favorite smoothie to get is the Slim and Trim strawberry from the other smoothie place, because I usually go to 2 different ones. We're trying to still keep it to just eating once a day since we've started our diet, because we're down like, I think 30 pounds. So I didn't want to feel like a big tick on the beach this summer when we go to the beach in August. Nice. It held.
Well, is it going to push though?
I know.
It's kind of the question.
Yeah, 30 pounds in a beard. So I didn't weigh myself before I shaved. Shoot, maybe I should go re-weigh up. Maybe I've lost a few ounces. Even though I'm not really an ounce person, whenever I weigh myself, I just look at the whole numbers. You know, I'm a whole number person. It's like I weighed 225.8. Got to throw that 0.8 in there. He counting the ounces.
Max is over here barking. I don't know. What does that mean? Long? Anybody know?
I hope so. Come on, Maxie.
Give us a signal, man. All right, we got top of the hour, 2.5, 3 minutes away here.
All right. I think we're going to survive the top of the hour. I'm hoping the top of the hour we get a nice push on this new hourly candle here. Let's see. Did we get the guys? We only need 6 more likes to get the 300. It's very, very doable.
It's definitely doable.
Yeah, Max with the call out. I'm so waiting for Methodical to put a camera on Max when he does those like in the moment call outs.
I can just switch over to him. Bloop.
Yep.
He said he's just over there. He's just over there ripping right now. He's just ripping the barks. Max needs a girlfriend. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind getting him one, but you know.
All right, we got 1:30, top of the hour.
I don't know if we're going to survive the top of the hour.
I don't either. I don't really know what to expect. Honestly, I am looking for a sell-off. I mean, this is a really massive 5-minute trend line break with nice ledges. I mean, these are good-looking ledges.
Got the 21 EMA right there at 187.
All right, looks like it's so close. If I said it looks like the runner's about to get stopped.
Well, if it kind of does what it's been doing, it should bounce from here.
So what you'll need for the longs is you really don't need this candle to break the previous candle. Then you need the next candle to kind of print above it where it opens, then goes.
Maybe you get that little burst here, back to the bottom of the range, back to the bottom of the box. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, the TB box.
The Tom Sabo box.
Yeah, be careful. Make sure you got your stop loss in somewhere, because they're saying Trump's supposed to speak in a few minutes, and you know, it only takes a few key words to kind of make the market blast. I actually felt like I got caught in something last night whenever I was trading Asia. We had just like a random 40 or 50 point sell off last night. All right. So we did not break that previous low of that candle, or it was almost like equal lows here. So I think we survived it. Top of the hour. Push.
It would be nice for it to push here. If we can get back above 205 here, it probably runs at least to 210 area. Would kind of be my guess at a minimum.
Thank you guys for helping us get the 300 likes today. We appreciate it. Thanks for all the hard like smashing buttons that you guys give us every day. Putting y'all to work. Oh, I already hit the like button, so every time I hit the like, one disappears.
I smashed the like button early this morning.
I did too. I hit the like during Tom and Terry stream.
Sorry if I'm coughing in the mic there, guys. I'm like I said, keep
you're short, you. Come on, push. Dude, if we can break out of this TB box to the top side, we should, man, do we get another run up to 29,300s? It seems like all day we just been kind of grinding through all the 300s.
Let's just call it a Terry and Tom box, a TT.
A TTB?
It's a TT box.
Just abbreviate it all the way. It's a TTB. Got your, we're consolidating in the TBB. What a tongue twister.
Oh, I accidentally left a pending order in there. I almost got tagged in short. That would have been a disaster.
So if you're still playing the range, guys, remember the top of these wicks is your safe entry, because we have not been able to break up too much farther than the 20s. So if you still are playing the range, if you're playing from body to body on these 5-minute candles, so you would have been long again around the 90. Safe target probably would have been about 10 points, 20 points up to 05, 06. Then maybe the runner to see if you can break the previous wick high up there.
Yeah, we're just hanging out still inside that range for now. So if you're bullish, you can definitely buy the bottom, sell the top.
Almost wish I would have added one more when it was down there.
Might give you a chance here, pulling back to middle of the range.
The weekends, I don't really have any plans for the weekends. I think I think the wife's supposed to watch the grandbaby there.
Got the grandbaby coming over. Let's go. Which one?
The youngest one. I think my daughter and her husband are going to they're going to his brother's graduation or college graduation or something like that.
Nice.
And it's like 4 hours away. And nobody wants to travel with an infant 4 hours away. That's no fun.
Well, it'd probably just sleep, you know?
Yeah, it's still no fun.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth pressing the button anymore if Trump's going to be coming on here shortly. It probably will just stay in this range, but he could come on and say anything, and it could just, it could just dumpage. It could just dumpage, guys. I might give it one more try down at bottom of the range.
I did like the little duck races they did this morning. I've always liked those little races they did. Did the winner get like a free account? Is that what everybody did with the little duck races this morning during Tom and Terry's stream?
Oh, we got a little duck race going on today, huh?
Yeah, they had a little duck race going on.
I didn't see it.
Oh, you missed out on the epic race, man. It was epic. I don't know if they're going to do them every day. I know I saw a poll, so I don't know if there's just going to be like Friday races, the end of the week races for opportunity to win something. I'm not positive.
Guys, we got forms dropping in the chat. Let's go. Pay attention. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done.
Congrats on all the future winners. Future winners, guys. Hoping you're a chosen one.
You are the chosen one.
We deserve this price action, Methodical. We got such good price action yesterday. We deserve choppy price action today.
One day of choppy price action. We can't complain.
No, we've gotten pretty good price action the last 2 days. We've been banging it the last 2 days during the lunch hour. So we deserve some choppy price action, guys. That's the way it goes. You got to make the best of those big, like 100, 200 point moves where you're going down 100 points and going back up 100 points. Those are always the best. Instead of one of these moves where you just go straight up and it's really hard to just jump in without some type of pullbacks. So those are definitely a lot better. Max is like, go. That's a back-to-back bark. So that maybe means that we leave the TTB box and sell on down.
No, let's not do it. Let's stay inside it and keep going up. Up, up, up.
No, a little twitchy.
It's very twitchy.
Little twitchy. Make sure you guys got your stop losses in, because just remember, Trump is speaking. He doesn't, say something financially or news driven, and you can easily get a 50 to 100 point whip. And most of the time, your stop loss doesn't even register because it'll happen so fast on some of those crazy whips, especially if you're copy trading multiple accounts. No stop loss. Heck yeah.
You gotta have that Trump stop in there.
Yeah, you gotta have that Trump stop loss in there.
I mean, I guess you don't have to, but it's pretty dangerous to not have it in there.
Man, this thing's gonna wait till like 12:35 before we just get the blast. The Trump stop. Yeah, that's pretty good. CT, the Trump stop. Oh, goodness.
All right. It's really consolidating here, guys. Not doing much. All right, guys, listen for your name. Listen, Rocky Mountain Traders, Chess Trades, The Wolf of Fullport, Diago Finance, Hyatt FX 95. Are you here?
At least if you win your account on Friday, you don't have to worry about trading it this evening. You get a fresh new free account to start the week out. I feel like Friday winners would have like the best. You get to start Friday with a nice fresh account. You got all weekend to think about how you're going to trade it, what strategy you're going to use, maybe something different. That's what I like to do when I get, those new accounts. Like, well, maybe we'll try a new strategy out, especially being on an eval.
Well, Trump, if he said anything, he didn't take us outside of the idiot box. That's for sure.
No, the Tom Sabo box is definitely strong this Friday, guys.
Strong like a bull. Strong like a bull. All right, pulling back in the 190s here to the bottom of this gap. Where was your short A+ short setup at? I know you said ago you had a short setup. I didn't know, or is that already gone? It's not valid because of the lack of momentum. Yeah, it never triggered, but it's not valid. Even if it triggered now, I wouldn't take it because too much time between the time that the gap was formed and the time that it would be triggered. So not valid.
Yeah, thanks for the call outs there, Myths, for the names.
I do my best. Those
are Myth's specialty.
We do the best we can.
Man, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I am tempted to take another long here.
Oh, add into it. I know. I kind of want to, but I don't know. Even though I want the longs to work, but I just feel like we're just due for the pullback, man. It's so hard. So sweet. Oh, we're already less than 200 subscribers away from 65,000. That means we're 5,000 subscribers away from the Tom Sabo dance, whatever dance he's been promising everybody that we're going to get when we get to 70,000.
The Tom Sabo dance is on deck.
Well, it'd be nice if it could happen whenever Methodical Man's in Hungary when he goes.
All right, squeeze back above 200 here. Get a little rocket ship going. There we go.
Uh-oh.
I like it.
So we're still kind of following the trend line up here, guys. We have yet to kind of really break this trend line.
Yeah, I'm just kind of scalping it 5 points at a time. Just buying bottom of the range, selling the top 210s to, that sort of area. I'm not taking the shorts here.
No.
Well, the shorts would have paid just as much as the longs here in this range, but
I feel like shorts, you would almost have to wait for like a big drop in some kind of pullback. What's your fib? Look for like a 50, 60% pullback or something. Oh man, what is the one indicator that we used to use with the 5-minute breakouts on TradingView? There was this one indicator that we used to use. It would have to be kind of below the red line or something like that. When we used to, I can't remember it.
I do not remember what it was called, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I cannot remember what it was called at all. So let's see here. Can I go? Is it going to be too risky to try to go 5 points one more time? What is that?
Is there anybody else holding along with us? Or is anybody shorting? Or we got anybody fading us? Or like no shorts are completely off the table?
I do think at some point we probably blast out the top of this idiot box, but I don't know. At least a grab, you know, a 214, 215 quick grab or something.
Yeah, so this is pretty much a, what, 83 to about 10. So about a 30-something point idiot box. Your long stop loss at 81. I like that one. That's about the same thing I'm doing. Also, Wolf of Full Port. I was about to say Wolf of Wall Street. And I had to look again. It's like, nope, Wolf of Full Port.
All the same.
Yeah.
It's all the same.
Being kidnapped by the government.
Anybody got the stones to short the 210 here? I don't.
No.
Short the 210. It looks like it would work. Huge resistance, guys. We get above 210 here. I think we're going to see that Hulk smash boner candle.
Yeah.
Huge resistance here. We get a candle close above there. It's just going to be new highs real fast, in my opinion. But we got to get a candle above there. You're going to see a nice spike. Wait for it. She's primed. She's primed. Wait for it. Needs to close above there first.
Thought it was like she's percolating.
No close so far. We got about 30 seconds or 20 seconds left on this candle here. 2 minute or 1 minute candle. No, wait, that's timer's off. 13 seconds left. I'm looking at a different chart here and the timer's off.
Lamb said he was doing dishes. Now, you didn't enter and go do dishes, hopefully.
What's wrong with that?
Dude, you got to be here for the winners.
Oh, he missed out on his winners because he was doing that.
No, I don't know. Maybe he didn't enter. I think he said that maybe when they release it, he was busy.
All right, there's the close above. We are not seeing the Hulk smash boner candle just yet. What's the deal here? Come on. Where you at?
Nice invest. Long from what you said 7:30 last night. Oh, that's awesome.
Smash it.
I'm not very good when it comes to swing trading.
There it is, guys. There's the Hulk smash boner candle. Right up into the 27s.
I'm going to wait for this next candle to print and see if we can find resistance off of the 10 to 20. So I want to see it wick back down and then go. And use this whole part right here as your consolidation.
ES did not make a new high there.
All right. This is where you need to see it just kind of wick into this to kind of find resistance, then continue the push.
Or did ES make a new high earlier? No, it didn't. Or did it? Maybe
We got
micros. I don't know if
New
micros.
15-minute candle. We're just going to target 50 as right now. See if we can get the push up to 50.
Yeah, I don't know if micros actually. So micros did not make a new high, but it looks like ES actually did.
Nice trade, Wolf. I still like the long as 12 holds. I really don't want us back below that 12 and 10 area because you still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got about 7 or 8, and that's basically about 45 minutes of consolidation. So you see it kind of trying to push back down. This is the candle you need to see hold up, then try to find some resistance to move higher here. I'm not saying that Trump can't say nothing and pop us back down, though. I mean, that's the only downside. Maybe we'll just go ahead and just lock in 10 points just in case. And we'll give it about 10 points of breathing room.
Might not be a bad idea there. Max is going crazy, guys. I'm sorry.
He's like, it's Friday. We're pumping. All right, let's see if this is going to hold up. You need to see this area right here hold up where we're bouncing off of the 10 and 12. Come on. It's trying to hold up. Good deal. That's what you want to see. You want to see it kind of wick back into it and hold up. Just need to, hopefully the volume's not strong enough for the bears to push through.
Yeah. It did bounce off the idiot box there.
Yeah. If we get back above this wick here, I'm going to probably take my stop loss to the bottom, right there at the bottom of the idiot box. But I kind of want us to see a little bit more separation.
I'm going to mute my mic here until Max stops barking.
Max is the motivation, man.
He's over here going crazy, though. He's barking way too much for no reason. He's just barking.
Oh, the dollar indexes. I used to follow the dollar. I haven't done that in a long time either. So the dollar's down to 97.50. I guess so. The dollar would have to be kind of taking a hit since the NASDAQ's been going straight up because those two like kind of do the opposite. If if the dollar is going down, usually the NASDAQ is going up.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's not always like that? Okay.
No.
For some reason, I thought they were always divergents of each other.
I mean, they're supposed to, but it's, doesn't always work that way. All right, let's see if we get a little bull flag going here and make this run back to the highs.
Someone said you can get you a Maxi shirt, a Max shirt there, Methodical.
I could do that, yeah.
Get a shirt with Maxi's picture on it or face on there.
Yeah, you're not wrong. That's probably not a bad idea.
You can go find you one of those like Southern fair, like fairgrounds they put in parking lots that maybe they make like those old like 80 t-shirts people used to get their face put on with a big heart.
This is my doggy. Oh, dang. What happened?
Oh, goodness.
All right. Is this thing going to pump back up now? Let's see. Nope. Pulling back. Kind of thought we might get a run back at the high there, but.
When did we enter this trade? We've been in this trade for quite a while now.
Yeah. Maybe creating a new idiot box kind of above the previous one here.
Maybe you can call it the Tom and Terry when it's like box on top of box. The double decker, the double decker box. Oh, that's pretty good. All right. New candle, new candle.
Rip this new candle up. Right back up into the 20s.
Oh, excuse me.
Looks like we're creating a new idiot box, so.
Also got a little inside bar here. So hopefully it can blast out the top. Nope.
Yeah, it's just holding up there. What do we need? Yeah. Excuse me. Whew.
Yeah, it's no fun being sick or cold or whatever's going on.
I don't know what it is, man. Don't know what it is.
Let's see.
But we're going to try to find out.
Like I said, if we can kind of break back above 25s, I'm trying to take my stop loss to 09 here. And this way we can at least lock in 20 points.
I would like for it to push back up towards the highs here. I'm just buying this range over and over and over. Every pullback.
How many trades have you taken so far?
I don't know, maybe 25.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than being sick there, Lizzie.
I mean, I'm just buying the bottom of the range, selling top over and over and over.
This is definitely some classic Friday time price action where we're just kind of consolidating sideways. Oh, shoot. Maybe. It looks like the buyers are trying to step back in.
I'm up $1,400. Buying the bottom, selling the top. Buying the bottom, selling the top. Over and over and over. Every single pullback.
What are you going in with, a mini?
One mini, yep.
Damn.
5 points.
That's pretty good.
I'm just seeing this range play out. We're just playing it out, just playing the range. That's it. We're 1 5-point trade away from passing this account.
Nice.
I don't know. I got stopped out on the original trade, so I was just at that point decided to pull up my builder account and just start scalping the range. So, but yeah, we're getting close on the pass.
Maybe I'll try something like that next week during our consolidation days where we're trading sideways. Because like I said, definitely have been trying to get a lot better at the range trades. Oh yeah, it's definitely a completely different trading at this time of the day.
I need one more 5-point trade. Can we find it? Can we find it?
If I was gonna do that, I'd kind of stay where you're at. What you're doing is just wait for another candle to come back down here to the low and to go back up.
You'll probably
you
blast through there that time.
You know, as soon as you try to buy this breakout, that it's going to yank back on you.
Oh, I'm not buying up here. There's no way. Yeah. We're not buying up here. Guys, remember, if you're trying to pick up an account from MyFundedFutures, use code YouTube. Let's go. We have 40% off the builder. $100%.
We got about 50 seconds left on this candle. You almost want to see. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say we got long form content premiere on Globex on Sunday. They're going to be giving away a Rapid account then as well. So join for the premiere for a video to come out on Sunday there. I would assume at Globex Open. So 6 p.m. Eastern. Look out for that. What do you got there? Is that a pivot that you got up there we kind of bouncing off of a couple of times, or are you just marking out the highs?
I have nothing marked out here. These are just these little blue lines that I have. They're just marking out the boxes, and those are areas that I'm looking to hold up. So, you know, if we can print above this box here, you're kind of looking to see if the 20 to 25s are going to hold, kind of like where I had the one box on top of all the wicks up here. You're looking for the 10s to hold. So I am going to at least lock in 20 points here.
I like it. I mean, we've not gotten an expansion candle here in a minute. I'm expecting some sort of takeoff, but it's just not happening yet. It's just not happening. There's pushing to the 30s. Do we get into the 40s really quick here?
I want to see a little 50 tap love. Give me a little bit of 50 love. We love the whole numbers over here.
Well, we talked about the 50 at the beginning of the stream. It's just taking it forever to get there.
Yeah.
Just taking forever, just grinding higher.
What do we got?
Oof.
We got about five more minutes. So we'll see if we can get up there in the next 5 minutes. Now, the only thing I don't like about this could possibly push back down to the bottom of the range of this candle. So this could possibly come all the way back down to the 10s. But you want to see the 20 holds up if that's where the next this is going to be your next range at the 20.
I was actually considering a buy at 20, but just trying to get the 5 points.
Didn't quite get down there. I may go and try to lock in 30 points.
Man, do I dare short the 40? Nah, that'd be stupid. It probably works, but there's 40. I would just need 5 points, so 35. Let's see if it would have worked. It probably works, if I had to guess. No, it's not really stopping, huh? Not really stopping. ES just made a new high, guys. Closed above the high and initial balance there. Let's see if ES gets back into the range here, or if it starts the little bit of a sell-off here.
So this would be the initial balance indicator that we talked about earlier, even though this is on the 30-minute charts. I don't know why. I forgot why I had it on 30-minute charts, but yeah.
Look at there. Would have gave me the 5 points. That's all right. That's okay.
Yeah, but you know how risky that is, man. You've been making all your money on the pullbacks. Why would you even attempt to break out? Where do we get the push to there, guys? 40, 44. So we came about 5 points away from hitting that 50 level. I'm anticipating like some kind of rejection off of the 50 for a pullback into the 20s here.
Why is it so difficult to find 5 points when you want it?
Oh, it's always like that, guys. Always like that. Where'd that get me to? Looks about the 48. I feel like 39 probably should have been the 50 points. That probably would have been the better target than trying for the 50 whole number.
I think that next run gets you through the 50.
I don't know if we'll have enough time. We only got a minute and 30 seconds left on this candle, and that'll put us at the bottom of the hour. So
all right, we're in the final minute of our segment here, guys. Let's see if Huss can hit his target before we go. Can he do it? I guess I should have bought right there. Man, that's such a risky buy here, though.
okay, looks like we may have an extra couple minutes today. So we're good. We're good. I think we can get it. We are A-okay, guys. We got time. We got time to finish this trade before the segment ends.
Can she go?
New 5-minute candle. So may get a pullback down here to retest these wicks in the 25s here.
Or you could just pop right through there. That'd be nice.
Yeah, it could. But you always got to anticipate the pullbacks on the 5-minute charts. All for I know, this could be a new consolidation box on top of a consolidation box on top of a consolidation box. The triple box.
The triple box. All right, pulling back into the 35s.
Yeah, so more than likely, this is going to at least run back to the bottom of this this candle here. You're probably going to hit off these 3 little wicks here. You'll at least get 1 bounce. I just don't know how many bounces we're going to get, if it's going to hold up or not. Nice rejection off the 30 level. But I still think it probably pushes down to the 25 here.
All right, guys, Matt's ready to go. Get your sunglasses on, and we appreciate you guys watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you guys for watching. Everyone have a great weekend.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the bite. Welcome, rocket scooter. Burning trails where you're.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Lunch Money with Matt here on MyFundedTV. I'm your host, Matt. Welcome to the show. Hold on one second. I'll load this up here. Thank you for waiting patiently. I was 1 minute late. Had to run downstairs. Everything happened all at once. Had the car wash guys here. Going to a car show this weekend. So car wash guy was here. All at the same, everything happened all at once. Pickles bark and he's downstairs. I go downstairs, move the car out, come back up here in the stream, like a 5-minute window to get in and out. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What an incredible day. You know, if you go look at the move that we've seen today in this market, this is tied for the second biggest day we've seen in this entire rally. I'm not going to lie. The way that it moved, the way that this market is moving is blowing my mind. I'm not kidding. Absolutely blowing my mind. It's nuts. We are witnessing history. I'm talking about something I've never seen in my 16 years of trading. Literally never seen in this period of time of trading. I've never seen a market move so swiftly to the upside towards highs off of whatever's making it move. And we're going to explore a little bit of that today. But I drew a little box here on my screen. And this box is on that. Look at NASDAQ alone, right? This is NASDAQ. This box is the distance NASDAQ has traveled so far, at least by now, right? I'm going to draw this box. Low to high, right? Low to high. And I'm going to just make a copy of this and take this little box and drag it all over the place. And we're going to look at every session and you will see that we have not seen a move in the entire session that's been bigger than this box. Nope, 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 nope. Even today, I think people came in today thinking today was going to be the end, and nope, market says no to that. No to that. This day right here, the big old day after the gap down, which was previously the second biggest day, we're now bigger than that today. This one day, I think, was lower than that because we rallied and broke out, but ultimately by the end of the day, did sell off a little bit off the high, so that's smaller. And that very first day, like the first reversal day, was probably the bigger day of all of it. So this candle right here, this was the biggest day we've seen of the entire rally. So apart from the first day, this is now the second biggest move. It's 2%, 550 points, but it's not 2% at a lower amount. We had some 2% days before, but it's 2% at a higher amount, which means per dollar amount, much bigger. So mind is absolutely blown. I'm still not trading real funds. I'm still just chilling. I have no gauge of this market, where it's stopping, where it's going. I even have a place to get in on. Most days, it's like you just have to basically, the day has to start and you got to long at the open, and that's your trade. Wait for the open, long at the open, that's it.
That's the only way you can. That's the only way that's going to work. So crazy, right? I don't know. How you guys having fun with this one? I don't know. And every single day I see people that are kind of like, should I short this? When is it going to end? Where's the top? And I'm very, very honest with you guys. Picking tops is 100% always, and I mean always a fool's errand. Always. Very hard to do so. Wait, somebody got banned from chat? Uh-oh. Don't make the mods mad, guys. Do you think crush will be hard like GC before? I don't know. There has to be, for something to crush this move, has to be some kind of event. When I mean event, I mean like a trigger. You need a trigger point. The market's not just going to have one day where it just sells on its own for no reason. You need a trigger point. And I'm going to promise you the worst thing that you can do. Let's try to bet on that. The best thing you should do is just keep longing the market until that day happens and just get out quickly and then miss out on it. And at some point, it's going to stop moving, and we don't know where that is because it never just goes up and up and up without some greedy folks taking profit. I think 30,000, we're close enough to it that the market's going to try to get there as quick as it can. There's always those psychological levels on the NASDAQ. And of course, the S&P 7,500 is that little psych level that everybody's been talking about as well. There are some people I've been even talking to that are thinking 8,000 is the next stop. And remember last year, we said 8,000 was where we were going by this year. But I changed my mind middle of the day and thought, okay, it might take 2 years to get there. But man, it's moving much faster than I thought. Anyways, what can I say? I've never seen, and I'd say in my 16 years of trading, I have never seen a move like this ever. And I mean ever, not even close to being like that. The closest thing that was like that was at the beginning, I think January of 2018. Hold on, Mike. Was during that first trade war with Trump. And that's really what triggered the sell-off then. It wasn't just like that the market decided to just, all right, we're done rallying, let's sell off. It was really a product. Let me see if I can't go over to here. Oh, this one right here. Yeah, 2018. So let me make sure I've got the distance right. So I drew a box. Let me make sure that's the right size. So let's draw a little box on the side, show you all the distance we've moved. We've moved from 63.50 all the way up to 74.27. So that is rough. So 63.50 minus 74.27, or the difference between those. Uh, 1,077, 63.50. We've gone up 17% from the low at these highs. Crazy. Now, if I take this exact distance, we haven't seen a move this swift since the sell-off in COVID, which was swift to the downside, which, you know, volatility will lead to big moves like that. When I go back to that 2018 sell-off, even like per point, it's like percentage-wise will be different. But look at how much different the total point move has been. On this particular run up, I think from the first consolidation period, I mean, it did rally really heavily into it. And trust me when I say there has been times when the market just went up and up and up and up and up and up for like half a year. And this could be just month one of it. So let me kind of showcase. No, this was the end of that sort of Trump rally when he got elected, but there was just a time period where the market would relax a little bit along the way, but it kept going. It was never a bear market that came out of this. And I'm afraid that that's what we're dealing with right now. Our move feels a lot like this one, where it just sort of takes off and squeezes out. This was insane, and by all things being considered, you can see that as the move is picking up some speed, there are times when you had the biggest day you've ever seen, in the entire rally, and then it went up for like 3 or 4 more days, maybe a whole another week. So don't just think that it's exhausting at the top. This one we thought exhausted at the top. I remember this. And it was like, how can it still keep going? So like a consolidation week, and then another thing, and then maybe whatever. But the Trump's first tariff trade war with China was what sparked the correction and sort of the craziness that we saw. But even after that was over, we continued to rally higher. So remember, the market's just running bullish, and most of the stocks aren't at all-time highs yet. So there's plenty of room for it to keep going. Not at all trying to guess, this is the end. Okay, guys, this is the end. Okay, guys, this is the end. No, not at all. My one problem with this market is it's not giving me a good place to trade from. Every single day on my strategy, every single day we are opening outside of the bands I normally avoid. When, like, even at the high, these DD bands where we tell you only 4% of days break above them and 96% of days stay below them, it's not normal to be getting 2% runs. This is just very abnormal. So I've been just taking a light. I made one trade here. I actually tried to fade to the middle so I could long, and I'm not getting dips too long off of. So the problem is that one squeezed, I hit the yellow line, that one worked. And I thought about flipping long here, but I don't have long pivots up here. Above DD bands, I only trade off of the strong pivots that I've got. So kind of sucks. This environment's like kind of crappy as far as like letting you get in on it. The only strategies that seem to work right now are those ICT strategies that pretty much fail most of the time, where it's like, or the opening range breakout where the market sort of like is here and then breaks out of the range and then supports like above it, and then you just chase the long, it pays out. And it's not always hold on. Anyways, so normally chasing opening breaks is not a valid strategy that works most of the time. It's very much half of the time. We noticed that under ideal conditions, most of the days when you gap up, very rarely do you gap and keep going. Most of the time, if you gap up, there's usually a little bit of a fade to 1 or 2 bull pivots before you keep going in most bull markets. And about 60% of the time, when you have the confluence, which today we do, when you have that confluence, it can continue to go higher about 60% of the time. 40% of the time, it closes underneath the open. So it's about a 60-40, which means chasing the open is not always the best play. And this last month, it has been the best play. Extrapolated over years, it's not something I usually like to do unless I have full confluence. So at the open, this 1A setup, it says if resilience is greater than 0, I can long with a small trade. So here we started the day off. S&P was good, NASDAQ was not good. So I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe we'll get a little fade on NASDAQ. Plus arbitrage is negative. It wasn't negative enough, but it was negative to say the least. It was right here was enough to say, okay, let me give it a shot. So right about here when we opened, to about maybe 5 minutes in, the market just pop the highs. ARB was negative, resilience is negative. I said, okay, at that point, S&P hit DD band, perfect. Let's get a short off of that, right? Actually, this was actually here. No. S&P at the open, let's get a short off of it. And then it just squeezed me out. And I was like, okay, that's not gonna work. The only reason I'm even trying to short is because that's the only pivots I have to trade from. Unless you just want to just keep longing in mid-air, there's really nothing to trade. So that's what's making it hard to trade this. But as I told you guys 3 weeks ago, But yeah. So in the last 3 weeks, I told you guys no funded, no not trading funded, not trading real account, not trading real capital, nothing, just taking it easy, just waiting, just figuring it out. The market's going to stabilize somewhere and then at some point become a normal bull market again where it's easier to trade. To me, I know a lot of people out there are still trying to like build off of reversals and try to bet on the market ending its run. And it's not a bet that I want to make, not with real money. So I'm so glad when I realized the market was squeezing the way that it was, that I decided that I was going to halt my trading challenge, even though it seems obvious to just keep longing. Half of this, more than half of this, is not even tradable per like my trading strategy. So I have like no way to actually enter the market unless you just long at the open. And typically, even if I have the confluence, it's a small long anyways. And I normally only take a small scalp on that run and let it ride. I don't like to trade outside of these bands too much because the 2% and 3% days are ultra rare. You don't really see that too often. But it's kind of fun just to sit back and witness everything play out. I look in hindsight and say, man, I just planted all my money here at the bottom. Look how much I would have made over time. But it's always a dangerous thought to have that, right? There will be a time when the market's going to give you something to play on, whether it just stabilizes here, corrects a little bit, and then you get the nice slow crawling bull market that goes. I don't know. Something like this, though, with the Iran situation being there, which I think that it's going to resolve peacefully. But if it doesn't, or if Trump starts another fight with somebody over tariffs, you can get another thing that just does that. I mean, it can happen swift. Not that I'm saying it will, or I want to bet that it happens, but it means that like the last thing I want to do is chase into this when things are so fickle. It's not like the market's just sitting here with nothing going on and fundamentals are great and bull market's great and everything comes out good and it just keeps going higher despite, you know, like there's no bad news or anywhere. There's still a bunch of bad things rolling in, but the market is pricing in this massive tech rally that just is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I don't know if you guys, at least on the big company side, we have AMD in front of me right here. AMD is literally trading like GameStop. I don't know if it's maybe because the jolts are coming down and people are going back to work, but the non-farms are kind of slowly decaying. That the answer is we finally come to the determination that AI is taking over all the jobs, because I don't understand why AMD, Intel, and all the big chip makers are literally rallying like it's a GameStop. You look at this, right? Look how crazy this is. Look at the monthly candle. Remember back in, late last year, AMD was a $20 stock, and now it's gone up, 6 times its value. That's just crazy to see that. Some data to go with this, I will show you guys on the side of non-farms. This is another thing that can maybe hint that AI is starting to take over some jobs. If you go on the max side of non-farms, if we kind of scoot before COVID, you can see that the non-farms are cyclical. You have all these kind of like cyclical, recessions and non-recessions and stuff that cause these issues. 2008 recession, 2000 recession, right? Non-farms go down during these recessions. This was the 90s. And then you get like periods of, nice, clean, beautiful bull market. Let's go here. Let me show you this bull market here. Oops. Come on, get smaller. And in a normal bull market, this is when Trump was elected. This was after QE3 ended, and then we had the market just run up and Trump gets elected and Trump's rally. Non-farms were just sort of oscillating around 200,000 per month, right? Which was pretty good. And it just kept staying there, which was stable. And then COVID happened. And then something weird happened after COVID, something very weird. Let's go ahead and erase COVID from, I wish I could erase COVID altogether, but let's erase COVID from the chart. And you can see that apart from everybody going back to work after, right, getting laid off, of course, non-farms are going to continue to go higher at the beginning of in the middle of 2020. As people are getting their jobs back, and then things sort of stabilize. But you'll notice that 200,000 number that we used to sit at and oscillate around, that average we're trading well below, we're trending way below that average. The peaks back then, we were oscillating around 200,000. Right now, the peaks are below 200,000. Participation rate is also nearing, alarming. Let me see if I can pull that up really quick here, which is another big data point you have to look at, because this all came out today. The participation rate. Let's go back to like pre-COVID world, right? Let's see if I can zoom out a little bit. This chart looks a little weird here. Hold on. This looks a little odd. Let me see if I can't. Can I scale that axis a little bit? I guess I can't. Okay. It looks really weird with this being like this. Okay, so 62. Yeah, so let me. Wish I can change the scale of that so I can see. I wish I could zoom in on this. Well, let me zoom in on that. Well. Well, anyways, participation rate used to be a little bit higher, like over the course of, I don't know, and I wish I can go back even further than this. But since they had this data point back in 2014, it was really high. And you see where this blue line that I drew right here, right, is about where the average was. You can see that basically participation rate was pretty much the same all the time. It's the share of working age population either working or looking for work. The number of people who are no longer actively searching for work will not be included in the participation rate. So you can see that before COVID, we had peaked like at the highs. And then ever since COVID, we never even got close to 63% again. We've been trading almost 2% lower. And as the years have gone by, that's why I wanted to show you guys this. It's easier to see on the numbers, but it's hard to see on the chart. You can see that in just a year worth of time, 62, 62, 62, 62, 62, 61, 61, right? There are fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer people looking for jobs or available to work. The percent of the population is population going, like more people are retiring, more jobs are closing up, non-farm payrolls are coming down, participation rate is coming down. What do y'all make of this? Right? Chat, what do we make of that? What do we think? Fewer people want to work or are looking for work. Is this the world where more people are creating their own jobs faster than ever because of AI allowing them to create a job from home? Is this a world that AI is taking people's jobs and robots are taking over 1% a year of the population? Right? Why are the non-farms getting lower and lower and lower and lower and lower? Are we witnessing the change in real time before our very eyes? Chat, what do you think? How come the non-farms before COVID taught everybody you can work from home? The non-farms before COVID were sort of just like, 200, and some of the lows were about like, 100 to 200, but some of the peaks were 300, 200 in the middle, oscillating around 200. COVID taught people how to work from home. AI got really big after that, and then people decided they didn't want to go back to work. Companies are, now here's another thing. Jolts are coming down, and so are continuing jobless claims, which would imply that people are maybe going to work and filling those jobs. However, jobless claims, they run out at some point. You'll collect your unemployment until the government stops giving you the check. But what if this is coming down because companies are eliminating jobs? And it's not the workers going back into them. The workers just expired their unemployment check and instead are creating their own jobs with AI. So they're not counted as jobless claims because they're not considered jobless after some point, or they're not considered on unemployment at some point. And maybe the companies are eliminating jobs because there's fewer people wanting to work at them because AI is taking over and robots are taking over. Right? Let's start to ponder this. Let me give you all the pieces of this. Okay. Let's go back a little bit. Jolts are the amount of open jobs that are trying to get filled, and jolts have been coming down. This can be a good thing or this can be a bad thing. It's a good thing if you look at the jobless claims, and those are also going down, which means unemployed people went back to work. If the jolts are going down and these things are going up, then companies are eliminating jobs and people are on unemployment. Companies are downsizing. So the two of those together paint the picture. Both are pointing down, so we thought, okay, that's good. Companies are going on a hiring spree, and people are going unemployed. That were unemployed are no longer unemployed. That could be part of this decline, but also watching this not go up to 300,000 anymore. The peaks are 240, 230. That's 70,000 fewer non-farm payrolls now than there were 6 years ago before COVID. Chat, what do you take of that? Like, what do you think of this? Is this a sign that AI or robots are starting to take over more people's jobs, that the majority of the jolts decline? Yes, some of it were people going back to work, but maybe some of the people that were on unemployment, the distance of like this many people, right, that got off of unemployment, maybe this fraction of them went to work. Maybe this fraction of them started their own job. Because we're missing a lot of people in the workforce. Where are they? Is this the age where this generation creates their own work rather than works for somebody else? And companies are becoming more efficient with AI? And we're just starting to realize that? That would certainly make sense with chip makers rallying like a GameStop into an overwhelmingly bullish take on the whole AI situation. Does that maybe explain what we're seeing? That literally, despite the economy, despite anything, that the market is booming on tech? How about this thesis? Is this proof that AI is taking over and we're seeing in the jobs numbers 1% less on a participation rate on the entire population? 1%? 1%? That's what, 3 million people fewer this year than last year? What's the current population? 300 something million? I don't know. US population. 342. 3.4 million people fewer this year than last year? Wanting to look for work? Remember, participation rate was 62.3, and it's close to maybe 61.8. So let's give it some credit. 0.5%. So 1.7 million people, 1.7 fewer million people fewer than just a year ago working or actively looking for work. This would make a whole lot of sense with the non-farms getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, and jolts going down. It actually is painting the picture that companies are eliminating jobs, and those people that are coming off unemployment are either not being reinstated because you can't get unemployment forever, or maybe they're making their own jobs. Because, well, GDP is going up and the demand for chips are going up and the demand for data centers are going up. So it just started to find out, and I look at my email inbox every day and I get dozens, and I mean dozens, of messages of somebody trying to edit my thumbnails, somebody trying to edit my content, grow my brand, work this thing, help with marketing, help with this. Strangers cold calling all day. And it seems like sole proprietor entrepreneurs trying to sell me their service that seems like it's heavily related to AI. Edit your thumbnail, edit your website, change your website, fix your branding. I don't know. What do we think about this thesis? They should make a law everywhere limiting AI to adults and not kids, or limiting the creative thinking of kids. Yeah. Are we finally witnessing in 2026 the start of the AI takeover? Is that what the data is suggesting? We always talk about the data here. I know you guys love coming to the show, talk about the data. Is that what's being suggested here? Are we, that it's not a bubble, it's the start of a new paradigm. Like, that's the whole thing I'm trying to say. This is the start of the new norm. If that's the case, and that is what the data is suggesting, there's no stopping this. There's no rug pull that's coming out of this, right? What's this chart? This is Intel stock. Monthly chart since 2025 to 2026, Intel stock August was $19 and today it's $128. 6 times its value in a 6-month period. AMD, kind of the same thing. AMD has only tripled in price. Your chip makers are starting to look like GameStop at this point. It's incredible what we're seeing. And it looks like NQ is actually pumping right now, even as we're talking. This is a once in a lifetime sort of event that we're witnessing. And it's so crazy because you always want to like look back and say, you know, it'd be so crazy if I could have bought computers at the time it was time to buy computers, you know, back in the 70s. Man, I wish I would have put some money in Microsoft. These are the people that saw that, right? There's somebody that's, and again, I'm convinced this is as genuine as it comes. There are some people that have seen data that is suggesting an absurd amount of demand for chips. And if anything like 1.7 million people fewer than last year deciding they no longer want to go look for active work or work for somebody, that makes a whole lot of sense that million people plus have figured out a way since COVID to run a business from home. And I think like this could be, I don't know if there's any data out there that I can look at that suggests like, could we look at self-employment tax, or people are like, how many people have to file for self-employment tax because you're working for themselves? I wonder if how many people are working for themselves. Let me see if I can find that data somewhere. Let me ask AI. How many people work for themselves in the US year after year, last 5 years? Let's see if I'll figure that out. There you have it, folks. 2021. Estimated self-employed from self-employment tax and other unincorporated individuals such as freelancers and sole proprietors and incorporated business owners. The figure shows that in 2020, 15 million people worked for themselves. In 2021, 15.5, 16.2, 16.5, 16.7, 16.8. And it seems like I've just figured out that 1.7 million people. Oh, I answered my own question, because the 1.7 million people we calculated from earlier happen to be exactly here, because that's exactly 1.7 million people that are now self-employed. And now we have the answer. I was looking for that data. Exactly 1.7 million, which was 0.5% of 340 million people in the United States. So it looks like our thesis is probably right. Year after year after year after year, more and more and more and more and more people creating their jobs rather than working for someone else. I'm glad you guys are enjoying the stream. Woo! Giveaway time. Well, there's your answer, folks. Welcome to the new normal of planet Earth. Feel free to be nice to your toaster in the mornings, because it will remember when the robots do take over. It will certainly remember if you're kind of a dick to it and kind of punish you for it down in the future. Start apologizing to your refrigerator. Don't yell at your appliances. They're going to remember. So I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords with open arms. I really am. I am on Team Robot. This is crazy, though. What happens if this trend keeps going higher and higher and higher? What's that going to mean for all these people that are working for themselves? Competition is going to be through the roof. I'm going to tell you, I've noticed as a streamer, I used to I capitalized on being, you know, I'm the first YouTube future streamer. Most people don't know that. I started in 2016. There's no future streamer streaming today that streamed futures before I did. And at the time, being the only one was crazy. We capitalized on being the only one. And now there seems to be 5 new people every day that pop up. So I feel as if I'm witnessing from even my line of work this very effect as we speak as well. Chat, how do you think, I mean, the stock market is responding very favorably to this information. Are we building into a bigger problem as we come into that first wave of everybody starts to make their own jobs, and then after 1 or 2 years of can't compete, can't support themselves, that we enter into some kind of weird Great Depression out of this whole first adaptation of adapting to this environment? Like the first wave, I feel like everybody's going to start their own jobs with AI. It'll become super saturated and everybody goes bankrupt and we fall apart. And then the second wave, we find a new harmony, a new equilibrium, and the market does okay. You know what I'm saying? What do y'all think about that? Like there's an overwhelming, let me give you an example. Affiliates with prop firms, something we're all familiar with, right? An example, affiliates with prop firms. There are so many people trying to make a living as being an affiliate for prop firms now, when it was just like a side hustle for the streamers that were already streaming and doing their thing. Now other people see that and they're like, it's a big piece of the pie. I want some of that. And there's so many people trying to do it. However, there's not enough people with the volume to be able to replace their salary. So my thought being is that there's a big crash coming pretty soon where most people just fall out because there's a threshold of income that you need to make to support your livelihood. And there's only a few % of people that are able to do that. And they've already capitalized on that. It's really hard to break into a saturated space. Now, with everything else being said, streaming is the same way. There's only so many viewers, but there's infinitely more streamers. So everybody's stream, like for us, we're growing because we caught the algo early on. YouTube rewards my stream every day because we were big from the start and we're big now. And we're lucky for us, we were big at the start of all of this. So lucky. These days, I don't know how I'd grow a YouTube channel if I started today. It'd be nearly impossible. So my thought is, how many freelance workers doing, I don't know, photo editing, digital work for people, you know, thumbnail editing, let me edit your videos kind of stuff, how uber competitive it is. I almost find it impossible that many of those 1.7 million people are going to get over the threshold to be able to support themselves and their families by doing that, because there's only so much work to go around. And population's not really increasing as fast as it used to. So it's not like you have an endless supply of new customers every single year graduating high school and becoming adults. There's even like fewer new customers these days with more self-employed people. Does that spell out like within the next 5 to 10 years, some massive collapse of this first wave of entrepreneurs all basically going bankrupt within a year of each other and causing this like snowball effect? And then the market, everything dies for 5 years and then things slowly rebuild and people sort of find the equilibrium the next time. Because normally what happens is you have a crazy bubble that pops and then people figure their shit out once the greed get out of the way and then things sort of stabilize and go. You know what I mean? Like the first time computers were rallying in the 90s and internet was rallying in the 90s and .coms were rallying and they got stupidly crazy before the technology was able to be balanced with the demand for what people thought they could produce. And then it crashed and then it became the paradigm that what it was. So are we building up, not for a market crash this year, but I mean, I'm talking about, are we building up for the next sort of possible economic crisis that's basically millions and millions and millions of self-employed people unable to pay their bills, and then they default on everything and shit falls apart again? You know what I'm saying? But GDP is going up, at least this month. And that's my only sort of, we figured it out already. We're good. That's the last data point that implies we're probably okay for now. Is as long as GDP continues to go higher, then the world has found some kind of balance where we can continue to grow in these circumstances, which I think also supports why this is not a bubble that's going to pop. Right? Now, the one thing is that fewer people working, fewer people making money, fewer people spending, but GDP still goes up. So, it really says a lot about the resiliency of the situation that we're in. I've been pondering this for like the last 2 weeks. And GDP is basically, it's a valuation of like the total of all goods and services produced within a country. The more people spending money, it goes in a cycle. You get a job, you get paid, you spend money, someone else gets paid, they make more, you spend more, they make a little bit more, you spend more. Inflation makes everything go up in price. Everybody makes a little bit more, so they reinvest a little bit more, and they produce a little bit more. And because inflation happens, GDP goes up, and this has always been the case since the beginning of time, this capitalist world we live in. But with fewer people working in jobs, companies are offsetting that by becoming more efficient with AI. So therefore, their stock prices aren't collapsing this earnings season. So the efficiency is built into the stock prices, which is keeping companies able to pay people and keep them employed. Unemployment rate isn't going up. Continued jobless claims are going down. So to me, that spells out conversion of unemployed folks to self-employed folks. And the company is just becoming more efficient with AI. So stock market's not coming down. And people are now starting their journey to become a sole proprietor. Now, if 1 or 2 years of failing at that, then you finally quit that and go look for a job, maybe we'll see that. But then the world needs to find a harmony where only so many people are self-employed and other people are fully employed. My biggest fear is that the new wave of millions and millions of self-employed people trying to take their stab at some kind of AI-based career of their own don't default on everything that they're running up debt to do. They're investing themselves now. I want to start my own business. I want to do my own thing. Investing in themselves now and racking up debt to do so. And then they don't get the clients they need to pay off their debt. And then they go bankrupt. And then we get this massive wave of bankruptcies within 10 years. Like, is that a plausible thought, guys? I don't know. Am I kind of like leaning into something? I'm not calling for like a market collapse at all. But I think that's a huge shift very quickly, right? That's a 1.7 million people converting to self-employed over the course of 1 year. 1 year. It's 1% of the 1.5% of the population. That's a lot. That's the biggest climb we've ever seen in the history of people going to self-employed. Is it sustainable? Is there enough need or demand for self-employed labor and service and goods and all that to sustain people's livelihoods so they don't go bankrupt? I mean, if people were all quitting their job to start their own, companies would be hurting, but now the AI is able to fill the role. Companies now can perform at double the efficiency, which is great. It's great for them. So they're able to produce more with that extra savings on efficiency, and that's maybe why GDP is able to go up. With all that extra savings, they can hire a few more people and increase production. So that's what's probably boosting GDP. They're converting the efficiency they saved into extra production. The problem becomes if people aren't able to buy the extra stuff, then we can have a collapse at one point, right? 100% not everybody can be self-employed. I think people are sold on the idea of it being less than 9 to 5. And if you ever have your own business, being an entrepreneur is the only kind of job where you try to leave your 9 to 5, your 40-hour-a-week job so you can work 120 hours a week. Best part about being an entrepreneur. In return, you do more when self-employed and people are lazy. That's a good thought. What's my thought on res falling off the last few minutes? It looks like something is falling down below half cap. Let's take a look at it. I don't see, let me look on the events feed. It's Google fighting the good fight there of the bigs. As far as everything on the S&P, seems to be a handful of stocks moving to the downside here. But of the bigs, just seems to be Google At least now. Meta was about 2 hours ago, so nothing new. This is about 4 minutes ago. So Google is probably the one that's causing a little bit of that move as far as the big scope. So Google flopping down to the other side is that drop in res and that drop in everything else. But anyways, I'm not calling for a bubble. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys with this. The reason I'm trying to prove this case is to actually support the bull market with evidence. It does make sense and feel like people are pricing in this future where companies are super duper efficient and heavily reliant on AI. All the pieces are there. Companies are more efficient. They're taking the efficiency, converting it into more production. GDP is going up. How do you know they're more efficient? They're relying heavily on AI to do a lot of the work. How do you know that? The chip makers are rallying like GameStop. Oh, well, who uses AI? Well, a bunch of self-employed people that are using AI to assist their jobs. Even employed people use AI to assist their jobs. But self-employed people, mainly, it's easier to become self-employed. Back in the day, you had to be very gifted at something to become a successful business person. These days, you don't have to be gifted at anything. You just need to take a crash course in the weekend on AI, and now you're a programmer. Now you're a video editor. Now you can make thumbnails. You don't even have to have creativity. Now you can write music with just a 2-sentence prompt, right? So like, think about it. Back in the day, you had to be gifted to make a business. You had to be smart at something and you have ingenuity, have creativity, and outthink your competitors. And now you just got to type up a prompt. The learning curve to be an entrepreneur has completely fallen to zero. It's so easy to build a website. Here's an example of that. Prop comparison websites. Now, we built PropScore from scratch, but every one of these goober, non-graduated, high school dropout prop trading affiliates out there that couldn't, spell their name right on their SATs if you paid them money to do it, they're out there starting websites that compare props. Literally AI prompted, vibe coded bullshit made by idiots. No offense. I love a lot of these idiots for friends. But seriously, with the point of the speech is, it's so easy to make your own business these days with AI. Everyone's trying to do it. And so will this be an issue in 5 or 10 years? I don't know. Will we not find some kind of harmony where enough people are able to support themselves, working for themselves? I'm curious if the trend is going to grow even faster next year. We found the missing 1.7 million people. After all, they all started their own gigs. They're the people repping prop firms, and they're people that are trying to edit my thumbnails, and they're the people that are starting trading discords, and they're the people that are offering to boost my engagement on Twitter, and they're people. It's all of that. And I've seen as the years have gone by that it's ramped up crazy. Like now it's almost annoyingly overwhelming. Back then it was just overwhelming. Like it was like, dang man, I get an email like every day from somebody. Now it's like 10 a day. It's like nonstop how much I get contacted by somebody trying to do something for me that if I was like, trying to, I could figure out how to do it myself with AI. I feel like the offers are coming in. Hey, check out this video I made of your content. I'm like, oh, you already made a video of my stuff? Yeah, check it out. And it's me and my content. It's edited. It's got tech. It's got language. It's got words. It's got effects. And I'm like, dang. Like I spent a good 30 seconds, putting this together. Kick ass. But this is the age of that. If robots are going to do all the work for us, how is anybody going to make money? If you're no longer able to be the creative force as a human, so this is an existential crisis we could be hitting. What do humans have that robots don't have? Creativity and free will, right? That's the one thing that we can do that's doesn't follow logic. We can defy logic and come up with solutions that defy logic. Robots have a hard time doing that, right? You could program random number generators into the decision-making part of a robot, but it still follows a sense of logic. I don't think people would ever program AI or robots to be illogical, or else they would, then we got a Skynet. They would just decide to, there'd be a random coin flip and then they wipe out all humans on Earth. So there's a very big push to create AI and robots with a very strong sense of logic and rule following so that, AI doesn't go out there and crash, entire government treasuries or banking systems or whatever by just deciding to become hackers one night, So there's like this world that we live in that AI follows a bunch of sets of rules. Now, what do we have different than AI? Well, as humans, we have the ability to be creative and be illogical to a degree. We break the law. We can violate rules. We can jaywalk when we're not supposed to, right? We can violate what we're told to do. As humans, we have that creativity, but now creativity is being taken away from humans as well. The creative forces of AI are more efficient, allowing uncreative people to be creative. And so, what kind of jobs are our kids going to have in 20 years? If the one thing that separates us from them, from the robots, is that we can be creative and break rules, the robots are now becoming our creative force. What's left to do? What kind of jobs will be left? I guess everybody's just going to work in crypto. I don't know. Like 100% of all work is going to be for one corporation that pumps out crypto coins. I don't freaking know. Some idiocracy level post-apocalyptic future where everybody works for Costco. I don't know. Weird, right? Like, what's left? How are humans going to be important to the workforce anymore? To become like Star Wars, where the goal is you're going to work for a chip making factory and everybody's just going to work for the chip makers. You're going to work for the robot makers. You can work for the AI companies because that's to be the only company that's left. You know what I mean? Maybe they'll just pump us into like these battery pods and then they'll use our heat energy to power themselves when the sun gets scorched in the sky. Who freaking knows? But anyways, what do y'all think about this kind of stuff? Like the trends, especially the market that we've seen, it seems to be like I don't care what, I'm getting in on these chips now. Do people see something 10 years out, 20 years out, that this, even at these highs, was the investment of a lifetime? You know what I mean? Anyways, I digress. Don't short this. Well, I can give you investment advice, but don't believe it's a bubble. The signs of bubble aren't there. So chip makers become how the American automotive companies were in the past. Oh yeah, they become, or like the big trusts in the past, they had to break up, like the phone companies or Standard Oil, or like, you know, like that's the company you work for. Well, yeah, like what would be considered a good job? Like what are you going to go to college for in 30, 40 years? Everybody's job is going to be a technical degree. Every school is going to teach you how to operate AI and machines, just like every school teaches you how. You don't think about it now, but like, you know, every school in the 90s, computers started becoming part of the school. I remember when computers first came out in schools, I was in middle school, we all got Apple IIs and we used them to like play games and code on BASIC, and it was really cute and fun. But as the years went by, in high school, we had a computer lab with all connect on the internet. Then every teacher ended up getting a computer in their office, which they used to like, and you're like, okay, so then everybody's learning how to use computers and laptops, probably around when I got into college. Then everybody started getting their first laptop as a student. And now using computers was a big part of being a student. You shifted how you did your homework. You shifted how you collaborated, how you turned in your work, and how you even learned. And then now you're taught how to use computers as part of your learning process. So I think now most of education would have to shift to teaching people how to use AI as part of their educational process. People aren't going to learn anything anymore. They're going to learn how to use AI to do stuff. So humans are going to become progressively less educated and progressively less creative. I mean, what good is creativity going to afford you if the best AI of the world writes better songs than you do? AI is only replacing jobs that are repeatable and mundane. I mean, I had a guy reach out to me before asking if I wanted to buy a song that he wrote to use for my stream. And when I got to talk to him, he's a really famous songwriter for Hollywood, and he's almost out of work because of AI, because people, the competition's so steep, and more people are relying less and less on even creative folks to churn out music for like theme songs for movies and shows and stuff. So I was like, you know, God, you're really good. He's like, yeah, but it's so hard. It's a lot harder to find work these days than it was before. Isn't that crazy? So he was like, anyways, I have some songs that I wrote, and I'm kind of like selling the license to him. You want a theme song for your show or whatever? Yeah. Like in business and corporate, yeah, AI is still doing most of like the mundane stuff. But it seems to be a growing trend that AI is replacing the creative side of work also, you know? You know what's crazy? I mean, we saw The Irishman, right? Remember that movie? You got Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci looking like they're 40 years old again. Imagine my grandkids watching Mission Impossible 45, still has Tom Cruise at 30 years old. Because AI, he's in the movie. Maybe actors aren't even there. You can immortalize. We can bring back every actor we once loved and put them in movies and let them make movies for the rest of life. Imagine if you were like Clark Gable's estate right now, and he's putting out movies 100 years after he died for the next 1,000 years. You know what I'm saying? Be crazy. You know what I mean? They can make a sequel to Wizard of Oz with all the original characters these days. That's the world we live in. You know what I mean? Why Clark Gable? I just made somebody random, you know, from like 100 years ago. They'll bring the Marx Brothers back. They'll bring back Charlie Chaplin. You know, we'll get the good stuff. Anyways, what I'm saying is, you know, you can immortalize people. Even maybe people won't be in movies anymore. Just all AI, CGI, whatever. And then the estates just keep collecting money. Anyways, good thoughts. I love having these conversations. But anyways, the point is market's going up. And it's almost believable if you start to be plausible. So why the chips are getting such a crazy run up. And the data just keeps suggesting over the last year that humans are becoming more dependent on them. And that's really where the next bubble is going to be. It's like the internet boom of the 90s, except for this time, it looks like it's here to stay. Now, again, I don't know if in 3 or 5 years from now, you got 4 extra million people trying to be self-employed. Then you get what we'll call the self-employment bubble, where there's just too many people self-employed and not enough work to go around. And then the self-employment bubble crashes, and then we go back into a massive recession like we did in 29. I'm concerned with that. And then what the world's going to have to figure out what to do with those people. How are they going to support themselves? What kind of jobs do they even do? Anyways. You don't need to pay for the rights and royalties of the AI actors. I thought you did. Remember that precedent that was set when Kristen Glover sued Back to the Future 2 because they used his likeness with the prosthetic mask he made from Back to the Future 1. Remember, they didn't want to work with him anymore. So in Back to the Future 2, they got another actor to play him in the future version of himself. And the actor wore a prosthetic face that was made for him from the first movie. They said, you just wear this, it'll be fine. And then they hung him upside down in that little floaty thing so that you just trick of the camera, you couldn't tell it wasn't him. It looked close enough. And he sued because even using somebody's likeness, even if it's a mask of them, is like making money off of them. And he actually won that lawsuit. So I don't know how that works, but I remember that one. All right, anyways. I'm running out of time, guys. I love you guys. Ash should be here in a minute. Actually, Ash is here now. So I'm running out of time. I got to run. Great talk about AI. Boy, this amazingly crazy chip rally we've seen. I'm just blown away by it. Anyways, have a good day. I got to get out of here. Stay tuned. Ash will be up live, and we'll see you guys on Monday morning. Y'all have a good one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Friday. What's up, squad? How's everybody doing today? Happy Friday, squad. You guys have made it to the end of another week. Just going to take some time to welcome everybody into my segment. Going to see who we have here today, and then we'll get into some of the information here. I know it's Friday, but listen, we have to sprint through the finish line, not stop before it. All right, so let's focus up for one more session, and then we'll go touch some grass. All right, so happy Friday. I hope everybody's week is going well. And do me a favor, tell me how your week went. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade this week. Let's see how everybody else is doing. Let's see who we have here today. Hey, good afternoon, Roblox. Abhishek, what's up? Adam, what's up? James, what's up? Son of Wall Street, good to see you again. Adity Gamer, good to see you again. Melvin, what's up? Learnt Trading, how are we doing today? Bear Trader, what's up? Happy Friday. Hold on, we gotta pause there. Bear Trader, I greatly appreciate you. If you guys haven't seen some of the stuff that Bear Trader makes, you gotta check it out. So I don't know what you want to call it, a meme or a graphic or a motion graphic. Dude, Bear Trader, those things are absolutely awesome. So thank you for sharing that with the community. Thank you for sharing that with me. I greatly appreciate all the content that you make. Those motion graphics are awesome. Good afternoon, Steven. JNB, how are you doing today? ES Futures Lab, good afternoon. Farmer Tala, good afternoon. Lucky Mon, how are you doing today? Might say this one wrong. Sorry if I do. Please feel free to correct me. But Susurito, good afternoon. Anshu, good afternoon. Scout Trades, what's up? Raphael Trades, or should I say, DH Acquisitions. Who knows? Who knows about the OG? Mr. DH Acquisitions, I didn't forget just yet. Frequency, good afternoon. God Vibes, good afternoon. Anne, Ascent, how are you doing today? Happy Friday. Adam, what's up? My Way Trading, good afternoon. Steven, good afternoon. Tom, good afternoon. Trevor, good afternoon. Wyatt, good afternoon. See, Wyatt remembers. Wyatt remembers. Rocky Mountain Trader remembers. The OGs remember, I'm telling you. Can't get that past us. James, good afternoon. Sarah, good afternoon. Augie Official, how are you doing today? Hello, hello, hello. So, chat. Those bears, huh? Those bears, huh? Let's go ahead and just update our weekly outlooks. Let's finish our analysis for the week, and then we can hop into our session, take a look to see if we can take a couple trades here. I might even have a little bit of fun with you guys for today. Maybe for once, instead of being, Mr. Serious all the time, maybe we could have a little bit of fun for a Friday fun day. How does that sound? Maybe we'll change it up a little bit here. All right? So, this weekly outlook. I don't know what's going on with these lights. Sorry, these lights are really bright today and it's messing up with my eyes. The weekly outlook. So, just an absolute incredible week. To say the least, this market just, it doesn't get any more bullish than it's been. So, sorry to all the bears. I'm not trying to, that's kind of just a joke. So hopefully you don't think I'm actually making fun of you. But, I just don't see any reason to be shorting this market. And, you got the information beforehand and now you're getting it after the fact, right? We got the weekly outlook, which started on Monday. And Monday's weekly outlook was this right here. We saw bullish SMT at a location of a bullish FEG, right? So you can see it here. Here's the SMT inside of the gap. And that was our weekly outlook. So we were looking for higher prices because of it. And absolutely phenomenal. Look at these higher prices. We got 3 days right after that outlook of higher prices. So, absolutely Gorgeous outlook. Then, to continue the outlook, there on Wednesday, we continue to keep looking for higher prices, and that's because of, once again, just getting out to the daily chart, looking at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs, and then we pointed to this FEG here. Was that yesterday or was that Wednesday? Maybe that was yesterday. We were looking for more continuation higher because of this bullish FEG, and man, what a move. It really could be that simple if you guys allow it, right? You don't need a list of 90 different things to get into a position. All we need to do is look at swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. Absolutely astonishing move. So updating the analysis from yesterday when we were looking for higher prices after we got the confirmation of the FEG, well, here you go. Another beautiful bias, man. This was absolutely gorgeous. We sweep previous day low, we tap into the bullish FEG, we go rocketing higher. I mean, what can it always be a bull market? Like, it's so much easier, is it not? Like, tell me how much easier this has been compared to all this junk. Oh, God. This took forever. All this choppy, indecisive baloney. Jeez, I'm so glad that's over with. Finally, we got a move. You know, this is just beautiful now. The 401ks love it. The IRAs love it. Let the bulls run, man. Just keep going. Just keep going. What a move. So, moving forward with that statement, right? Updating the biases. Our bias was complete because we took it from the bullish FEG, once again, back above previous day high. So the bullish bias from yesterday is now completed because this was the target. All right. Now, how do you engage with this? It's one thing to create a bias, but it's another thing to get in and out of the market. In and out of the market, right? So, I don't know if anybody saw my position from last night, but Globex was an absolute W. Yes, I'm feeling a lot of FOMO because of the amount of money that was left on the table, but coulda, woulda, shoulda, didn't. There are no coulda, woulda, shouldas. Don't do that hypothetical nonsense. Analyze confirmed data. If you're going to sit there and say coulda, woulda, shoulda, that's going to be the thing that induces the emotions that are going to blow accounts. Okay? So, coulda, woulda, shoulda, didn't, but we did get along. Luckily, we did get to capture some of it. All right? Let's take a look at this. And W to Mr. Zinc, right, for bringing the initial balance to MFTV. Because this initial balance right here, wow, this was S tier. That's all I have to say about that. S tier. Okay? Here we go. Ready? Here's the overnight position, right? We sweep previous day low right at the open of Globex, right? 1800 candle. This is Globex open. We sweep previous day low. That sweep was inside of a daily fair value gap, the one we were just pointing to on the daily chart, right? So since trend is our friend until the end of the trend, I want to be longing, and I'm going to keep longing, right? I told you, long until you're wrong. And I really hope that you guys were doing that, right? Because look at this. This is just astonishing. But last night's position, Globex open, okay? The low was set first. The high was set second. What does that mean? That means we long from 50%. Okay, so long from 50%, stop at the low, TP at the high. Dude, are you kidding me? What? Look at this entry, okay? It taps into 50% one time. One time. Nearly no drawdown, then goes to target. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so what a beautiful position. What an amazing week. Absolutely gorgeous. And listen, let me just backtrack a little bit. You know, I understand I just said the whole FOMO comment. Yeah, obviously, I would love to still be in that long, right? Like, I just left thousands of dollars on the table because we're now hundreds and hundreds of points higher. But here's what I'm waiting to tell you guys. It's more important to fall in love with the process and be objective to it than searching for these once in a million opportunity, right? Like if you really go into all of your positions thinking that this is going to happen every time, no, not a good idea. That's a very, very bad idea, right? Like, let me try to put that in different terms, okay? Let's I love sports, so let's do a sports term, right? Like, let's think about probabilities, and let's think about, you know, the probability of hitting a home run versus just getting on base, right? Like when you're in the batter's box, all you want to do is get to first base, right? Just a base hit, just a walk, anything. Just get me to first base. Like, yeah, a home run is everybody's dream, but that doesn't happen majority of the time, right? It's lower probability to hit a home run as it is to just get on base. Okay, so this doesn't happen majority of the time. It did today, so, you know, woohoo, but the whole coulda, woulda, shoulda, don't fall into that because it's going to ruin the mindset of process. You know, you got to fall in love with the process, and I'm very happy for it, right? Because guess what, chat? Again, another one. Yeah, another one. Third one of the week, by the way. Third payout of the week, by the way. So for all those individuals, you know, questioning live accounts, why would you not want to make it to a live account when you can get daily payouts? Guess what? The W was during Globex, and now the money's in my pocket this morning. Why wouldn't you want a live account? Why wouldn't you want a live account? Third payout of the week, by the way. So, you tell me. Fall in love with the process. Be objective to it. Or get ran over by the tilt. Get ran over by the fear. Get ran over by the greed. Okay? Base hits add up. It's higher probability to hit base hits than it is to hit home runs. All right? W, chat. W, third one of the week. Third one of the week. Anybody else hitting payouts? Throw a money bag in the chat. Throw some kind of W or something in the chat if you grabbed a payout this week. Who's on the payout train with me? Who's collecting the cash? Anybody else? Anybody else hit a payout this week? Couldn't be happier, right? I don't care. Yeah, obviously, right? Obviously, it'd be nice to have a couple extra thousand on top of that. But what's more important is that we're going to fall in love with the process and allow the results to be a byproduct. Okay? All right? So don't fall into the fear. Don't fall into the greed. Don't fall into the FOMO. All right? All right? So, just one more thing. Now that we got to review the weekly outlook, now that we got to update yesterday's bias, we got to take a look at last night's position as well. Let's also get into right now, right? Let's get into right now. And I have the same thing to say as all of my other commentary, right? Trend is your friend until the end of the trend. So, right, as we're sitting here live, I'd still rather be looking for longs. Yeah. 600 points up on the day. Long until you are wrong, right? There's nothing bearish about this. Okay? All right? So, now I did want to have a little bit of fun with you all today. Let's see if you guys want to have some fun. What do you type yes or no in the chat if you guys want to have a little bit of fun today? And the fun that I was going to do was allowing chat to trade for me. Chat, you pick the position. You execute for me. Yay or nay? Yes or no? You want to do it? Shall we do it? Yes or no? Now, obviously, I'm going to put a little bit of restrictions on this. Okay? Little bit of restrictions here. This is my live account, so I'm not going to allow you guys to ruin my live account. So, we're going to go small size. As you can see, I hopped over here on MNQ so that we can be at smaller size if you guys want to have some fun. So, let's see. Type a yes or no in the chat if you want to do that to finish off this Friday segment. What do you think? Yes or no? Yes or... Okay. Decent amount of yeses. Decent amount of yeses. All right. So then I'm going to start asking you guys some questions. All right? First things first. 1 contract or 2? I am going to put a maximum of 2 contracts because I'm not going to allow you guys to ruin my account. Okay? That's the first thing. Only 1 or 2 contracts. So type a 1 for 1 contract, type a 2 for 2 contracts. Let's see. Oh, all right. Lots of 1s. Lots of 1s. You guys aren't feeling too risky, huh? We'll go for the lower size. Lots of 1s. All right. Now, next question. Next question. Next question. Long or short? We can take multiple positions if you want. We'll give it... What do you want to give it? We'll give it 1 contract. What, 10-point stop loss? 15-point stop loss? Wow, we are bullish. Everybody wants to go long. What do you think? 15-point stop? 10-point stop? What are we working with here? What are we working with here? So far, I've only seen 25-point. Okay, there's a 15. Definitely not 100. No, I'm not letting you guys ruin my account. I see a couple more 15s. All right. We'll take multiple stabs at this, but here we go, chat. Let's get a 15-point stop in here. Was that 75 down to 75, so it's down to 60. All right, chat, you guys are on the board. First one going quick into drawdown. Going quick into drawdown. What are we going to get here, chat? Is trend actually our friend? No way they can keep paying the longs, right? No way. No way. Uh-oh. Getting closer to the stop. Wait, why did you enter there? We're just having fun, chat. I don't know how to be any more clear about this. It's Friday. Okay, I wanted to change up the schedule a little bit. Ooh, it's trying to bounce, chat. Do we get a bounce in here? Can we bounce? Let's see. Let's see. We'll try to go, what, 1-to-1? If it does bounce, do we go 1-to-1? Uh-oh, slipping. Uh-oh. Oh, chat. Oh, no way. Do they leave us in? No way it comes that close, right? There's no way. No way. It's got to take us out. Ooh. Oh. Oh. No way. No way. It left us in again. No way it doesn't take us out, right? No way it doesn't take us out. What do we get here? Oh, chat. 0 for 1 to start. 0 for 1 to start. All right, we're putting the record over here too. We're putting the record here too. All right, second one. Chat is so cooked. No way it bounces now, right? I'm just having fun, some fun, chat. It's Friday. Let's have some more fun. Let's get a couple more positions in here. Maybe we'll do it this way. Can we get a poll going? Maybe this time, let's do a poll for long or short. Let's put a poll in there for long or short. This time, we're going to do whichever one gets more votes. So vote on the poll. Vote on the poll. Okay, we'll give it a minute or two. How about this? We'll give it 2 more minutes. How about that? At 1:55, we'll take the next position. Long or short? Long or short? What do you think, chat? I'm going to look at the results at 1:55. So we got another minute and a half. Vote on whether you want to go long or short. And this is for me. I'm going to enter the position for us all. And yes, this is literally in my live account. So, real cash here. Real cash. No way. Bottom ticks us and then pumps? Surely, right? Surely. Last minute. Vote on the poll. What's going to be our second position here? The trend lines during the competition. That was actually fun. That was actually fun. Maybe we'll have to do that again. No way. The 15-point stop loss takes us out. It would have been into profit now. No way. All right, we're starting down 0-1. Everybody loves a comeback, though. Small setback for an even larger comeback. I believe in you, chat. Let's get these next couple. I believe in you, chat. Oh, we are going long. Okay, 63% long. We're taking another stab at it. Going for a 15-point stop again. What is that? 77 down to, what is that, 62? Why am I so bad at math? Maybe a 1-to-1. So 77 up to, what is that? 92 or something like that. Unfortunate that we got bottom ticked on the we should if we went for the 20-point stop or like the 30-point stop on the first one, we'd still be in, right? That's hilarious. That's just hilarious. That is hilarious. All right. Second attempt. We're going into the green to start. Can we pump it from here? Give us what 15-point stop. So give us another 15 points here. See what we get. Let's see what we get. Ooh, chat. We have some geniuses here in chat. It's pumping. We're going into the green now. We're going into the green, chat. You guys are amazing. Will it continue? Will it continue, chat? All right. Since we're in profit, right? Everybody loves to do this. Everybody loves to do this. Oh. Oh, no. What is that dump? What is that dump, chat? Pump it up to the high. How many points? Let's see. What am I looking for? There we go. Where is 15 points? Well, yeah, so we got it. Flat candle. Aim for that flat candle. Oh, no, it's red now, chat. Yeah. See, Wide actually knows. Wide actually knows. Right? So, like, for all those individuals that love to move their stops to break even, we'd already be out of the position. We'd already be out of the position if that was the case. So, only stop loss or TPs here. We'll just keep doing one-to-ones. How about that? We'll go like this. We'll keep doing one-to-ones. Let's see what we get on the second one. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh, chat. Still slipping. Still slipping. We starting off 0 for 2. Starting to look like it. Starting to look pretty cooked, right? Oh, it's slipping, chat. First in my bloodline to see Ash tilting. Oh, 0 for 2. 0 for 2. Dang. Hello? Order? There we go. Ooh, that was weird. Well, chat, you guys are cooked. No, I'm just messing around. We are having fun, chat. We are having fun. Oh! Oh! No! What? No way. No way. No way. No way. That is hilarious. No way. No way. Bro. Trump is clearly watching, isn't he? Trump said, "We got him out. Let's pump it." That is just pure comedy. That is just pure comedy. And now, oh my God, right after taking it out, the TP was right here on the flat candle. No way. All right. Okay. I give up. All right. So, excuse me. Just in case anybody's just now joining the stream, we're just having some fun on a Friday. No, I'm not trading for real. I'm literally asking chat for positions. We're just trying to have some fun. So I know everybody's out there probably saying, "Oh my God, he's tilting. Oh my God, look, he doesn't know how to trade." Chat, we're having fun. All right. Let's keep having fun. So let's get another one. Let's get another one. But that's 0 for 2, so that's probably around minus 60 to start the session. Okay? Please, please understand that this is not how I trade. We are simply just trying to have some fun. We got to change it up sometimes, so here we are. All right? So, how about this time? All right, let's change it up a little bit more this time. When should I enter the next position? Right? We didn't do a timing yet. When should I enter the next position? Somebody give me a time. First person that writes a time in the chat right now will be the entry for our next position. First time I see. 6:48. What? Where are you? It's 2:03 p.m. It's 2:03 p.m. Well. Oh, well, I did. I guess I... Which one was above that? I'm losing my spot here. We have Alfred said wait. Then Solo Man said ONG. And then Frequency said 4M. So does that mean 4 minutes? Martin said now. So maybe we can go with Martin's choice. All right. We'll hop in another one. Put an L for long. Put an S for short. Okay, pretty 50-50. Pretty 50-50. Ooh, more L's coming in. All right, we're going to grab the poll. So hit the poll real quick. That's when we'll know the next position. And it looks like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. More L's so far. More L's so far. Here's a couple S's. Couple S's. In 1 minute. All right, 1 minute. So what is this? 20 seconds. So we need to wait till it says 20 seconds on the next 1 minute candle, and we will go long again. It looks like there was more L's. Except the L's are the only thing taking an L right now. All right. Wait until this says 20 seconds. Surely this next one's going to be a W, right? Surely this next one's going to be a W. It's got to be. It's got to be. It's got to be. Get ready. 30, 10 more seconds. $23, $22, $20. All right. Surely this one's going to be the one. This one's going to be the one. I could just feel it in my bones. I could feel it in my bones. We're going way past all-time highs this time. We're about to pump. This one's got to be the one. And we'll go, what is this? 93. So 83 is 10. Here we go. Why am I so bad at math, man? Somewhere in there? It's like 16 points, right? Oh no, chat. Oh no. It's slipping again. Again. Not again, chat. Oh my gosh. SL so small. All right, we'll give it what? I'm not going to give it a lot because I'm not actually going to ruin my live account. We'll give it a couple more points there. Just under 20 points. Is this demo? No, this is my live account. This is literally my live account. Yeah, the risk management team's about to call me soon, so you guys are getting me in trouble. Ooh, chat. I think you might want to prey on the SL this time. I don't know if you just saw that comment, but we might get a form if this one hits SL. Here we go. Give us the form. Give us the form. Yep. W for the form, not the trade. Ah, shoot, we get a form. Why are we longing the top of the range? Chat, again, I'm just having fun today. If we can't do this, then maybe we won't do it again. I was trying to have some fun on a Friday with you guys. I've made a handful of money this week already. I've had 3 different payouts, right? So I wanted to change it up instead of being serious. Do something different for once. Have some fun with chat to finish out the week. Okay? Let's make that very clear. I'll say it again since I already said it once. This is not real trading. I'm having fun with chat right now. Yes, these losses are real. I'm literally in my live account right now. Just trying to have some fun, chat. Now we're thinking. Now we're thinking. fade chat, that's the real IQ play right there. Whoever the one that just said fade chat, that might be the real. Look, if we just inverse this, we'd be 3-0. We could have just faded chat and inversed chat. We might be onto something. You guys are so smart. No, chat, this is literally my live account. And just so everybody knows, it's only been about 90, what is it, like $100 that we've lost so far? It's all good, chat. We're trying to have some fun. Hold on, I didn't mean to... Why can't I type? So, about that next position. About that next position, chat. So, surely we want to get another one, right? I do have to say, if we get near like 250 to 300, that's where I'm going to call it quits, because I'm not going to allow this to actually affect my live account. So we'll go a couple more. Let's see if we can get it back. We'll see. It always pumps after taking us out. That is actually hilarious. Surely we can't lose 4 times in a row, though, right? It's gonna pump out. Guys, there's really nothing technical behind this, so I know everybody's throwing some tips in there and some good ideas, but we're just having fun, right? We're just trying to go back and forth with chat, hang out for a Friday. Okay? It has nothing to do with technical analysis whatsoever. Literally asking you guys for positions. Ooh, there's a trend line. We should enter at price, not time. All right. Give me the price and the position. What price, what position? You said it. Let's see what the idea is. What price, what position? All right, first one I saw. 29305 short. 29305 short. Boom. $29305 short. Will they get us in? Let's see. Ash, wherever you open your position, I'll put 200 contracts behind you to prop you up. ET1 Invest, you are the best. I appreciate the support. Market smash right after I get it in and send us in the right direction. What happens if they never get us in the short? Then what do we do? Should we get a limit on the bottom side too? What do you think? Come on, we got to get at least one win in before the end of the session. We only got 14 minutes left. Give me a W, chat. It's your turn to make the shots here. Call the shots. Get me a W. Get me a W. At least we got W's in chat, but not on the chart, right? Crazy how that works. At least we get the W's in chat instead of on the chart. We gave you 2 W's and the stop ruined it? Oh, geez. Who decided on the 15-point stop? Come on. Come on. This is a long. All right, where do we long from then? Need a little more information there. Come on, chat. We got 10 more minutes. We need at least one more. Do we wait for the limit or no? Yes or no? Do we wait for the limit? Seeing a couple no's, couple more no's. Hey, have a good afternoon, Adam. Hope you have a good weekend. Long at this next 5-minute candle. Is that the play? Chat, is that the play? Everybody wants the long. Have a good evening, AO, FX. Hope you have a nice weekend. I've just had my most profitable week this year. 3 very green days on my rapid. 3 payouts. Holy cow, congratulations. I love to hear that. Congratulations. All right, we got to get at least one more in here before the end of the session, right? At least one more. All right, at least one more, chat. One more chance at some fun. You tell me. Last time, all right? Long or short? Type it in the chat. One last one. Let's have fun one more time before we close it up for the week. Majority wins, long or short? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh. Oh, you guys are pretty 50-50, huh? All right, how about this? We haven't got any shorts in. We've only longed. What do you guys think? Should we at least get one short in or no? Ask AI. Ooh, I like that. All right. Let's see. Typing it in right now. That was a good one. I'm putting the screenshot in. Should I long or short right now? Let's see. I wouldn't blindly long or short here. The market looks like a high probability chop zone with a slight bullish bias. Not a clean directional setup. That's okay, well, AI did not help me at all. That was extremely confusing. I want a definitive answer. Why? So, I guess putting a chart into ChatGPT doesn't work very well. I didn't ask you for this. Tell me long or short. Make no mistake. All right. All right, hold on. Okay. Long bias right now is what it said. Okay. All right. ChatGPT for the W. No way. Instantly goes into the green. ChatGPT is so smart. Oh. So, let's see if ChatGPT is smarter than all of us. $86, we'll give it down to what, 70? This one's for ChatGPT. If ChatGPT actually works, then we've just found the Holy Grail. Here, you know what else I'll write into this? If you are wrong, will you reimburse me? Let's see what ChatGPT says. No. Now... Oh, now it wants to give me a definitive answer. I can't guarantee outcomes or reimburse trading losses. Okay, ChatGPT, whatever. Whatever. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. All right, let's see what ChatGPT is made of. No way. We're going into the green again. Can we pump above the highs? Oh, yeah, I gotta... What is TP and SL? Okay, so SL below the most recent swing low. Well, this is the swing low in here. Okay. TP 1 prior session high. Ooh. So it wants it all the way up here. That's whew. All right. This is what ChatGPT is saying. Below the most recent swing low. And right, this is previous session. Ambitious ChatGPT. But I like it. Surely ChatGPT gets us the W for the day. Ash, swing low is 29,270. This is in fact a swing low right here. It said most recent swing low. Oh, hold on. There's a swing low in here too. But I think I was in the position already. Right, a swing low is a 3-candle pattern where the middle candle has the lowest low out of all three. This is in fact a swing low. There is no doubt about it. Right, this is the definition of a swing low right here. Candle 1, candle 2, candle 3. No way. ChatGPT is crazy. We're going into the green. Oh, hold on. No way it's 2:30 already. Chat, I was having so much fun with you guys. Do we really have to start the weekend already? Dang. Dang it, chat. Our time here is coming to an end. All right. Well, it was fun. Thank you for a very fun Friday. Okay? Let's just make sure that we understand we got to get right back to the game plan. Okay? The fun is over. It was a great Friday. I wanted to change it up a little bit, but right back to real trading. Okay? Right back to the process. I understand we had some fun today, but let's focus up again. Let's make sure that we get right back to the process for next week. If ChatGPT gets us the W, then you know what to do, chat. You know what to do from there. But thank you guys so much. I'm not going to keep you any longer. Let's go touch some grass. Let's go enjoy ourselves a weekend. All right? Let's be right back here on Monday. Let's start off the new week ready, focused, recharged, reset. All right? I hope everybody has a great weekend. We will see you all on Monday. Thank you all for your time today. Have a good weekend, chat.